Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wild. silence. They so astonished, stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astounding. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astounding. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How I get my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How I get my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We walking with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, steep feet, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, steep feet, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Yeah, boy.
Welcome on board as we are on week 2 of the PMCL, and we have already gotten ourselves some good action coming into day 1 where Anchor PUBG, they absolutely stole the show with 4 chicken dinners, and my, what more can this team achieve? We'll definitely have to figure out where I definitely do think all the other teams are vying for that top spot. Of course, it's your boy here, Contra, alongside with Queen Toyo, to be bringing you on the show. So, of course, thank you so much to all of our partners for making all of this possible. Of course, this year we've got Techno joining on board, and you can stop at nothing and game to perfection as they bring you the Hova 5G. And I'll tell you what, this phone absolutely packs a punch where it delivers you 120 Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen and also exclusive support for Dolby Atmos in-game to ensure that your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag-free. So make sure to check that out in stores, and first, look at all the good deals offered to you by Techno.
So if you are planning to upgrade your devices, then now is the time for you to do so. And of course, let us not forget, we have new events for you guys. We have the new theme mode, Golden Dynasty 7th anniversary version coming this March 7th. That's going to be for tomorrow. So you still have a day to prepare your updates on your PUBG mobile applications. And of course, enjoy the time of Golden Moon Camel arriving March 7th with 7th anniversary version. So almost everything is actually coming in tomorrow. And of course, something that everyone would like to see. Alan Walker is back. The PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary music collaboration is coming soon. the first track that we're already participated. Of course, we have track two and three. And of course, more of the tournament format. We are starting off with 20 teams currently in week two. And since this is the day of week two, the team that's going to be on rest day for today is Group B. So that's 214, PBMS, Max, and SX.
Yep, and of course they are fighting for a whopping prize pool of 40,000 US dollars. Doesn't matter where they're from. Once you convert these 40K, it's gonna be worth a whole lot. So of course, in the league stage, there are prizes involved as well, which means that all the teams will have to take it super seriously in every single round. Where the finals also offers a line share of 5,000 to whoever secures the top spot, and of course a chance to play internationally as well. And like you said, we do have groups that are going to be taking a break today. So what do you think will happen, and especially now that we finally welcome Group E back into the roster?
Well, definitely. I feel like all eyes are going to be on APG since they had a really astounding start right off the bat because it's only day one and they were already able to break records by bringing home 4 winner chicken dinners. Another record that was broken was from Miramar when they were able to secure 19 eliminations in total. So basically the rivalry from these two teams is still very much alive, since if we take a look at the overall rankings as well, it's also Miramar that's coming in second. But I feel like the lead from APG is a little bit too far, considering that they have already reached the 3-digit mark.
That's right, and it definitely will take a couple more chicken dinners from Harame Bros to be able to catch up upon them. While when we look at Group B, they'll be taking a break, which means that this isn't exactly a good news for Team Max, as they will have to close up a whole lot of points to breach the gap. Now, taking a look at certain teams who have yet to play coming in from Group E, we definitely welcome on board names like Burmese Goals in Esports to be able to at least give up or give all their effort to be able to maybe reach the threshold where APG did within the span of the day. But of course, it is a very tall task. But with APG once again being so involved in all these fights, they can absolutely extend this lead and just secure that top spot so that nobody gets their hands on that $5,000.
Definitely. And the good thing about here is that we have a different set of prize pool for the league stages and for the final. So there are a couple of, I would say, theories coming from viewers that maybe the other teams aren't really giving 100% since they want to give it all by the time that they get to the finals. But then again, let us not forget that we will only be getting the top 16 to participate in the grand final. So they should still give it their all, because we're talking about league ranking points here and not just the overall score.
True enough, and on top of it all, when we take a look at certain teams, they already gotten some really hefty points coming into the past week. Therefore, some of them might actually feel a little bit more relief onto what they could try out in this week too. Where I don't think that they need to be all too worried about, dropping one day of games, having bad runs where they can still bounce back within the span of the week in order to still secure maybe a mid position. But when we take a look at APG, yesterday they have absolutely thrived, and I don't really know what exactly is the formula that they're using, but it looked absolutely astounding with that 4 chicken dinner, and it was almost 5 chicken dinners when we close off the night.
Right. I mean, it's a good thing that KE really stepped up. At least others were given a chance to actually bring home a winner chicken dinner. And that was also a good run for KE, given the fact that the final circle yesterday was very, very aggressive. But then again, taking a look at today's matches, it's still going to be the same map rotation, wherein we are going to open the night with our Sanhok map, which is what we call the bonus map. Since this is the smallest map that we have, it's going to be followed by 3 Erangel maps, and then the last 2 matches will be in the sandy land of Miramar.
That's right, and so far, I think in the battles of Sanhok, it seems to be very, very technical, as well as in the early game, we always do get a couple of good fights going our way, so it's always a good tempo that we are starting on the map of Sanhok, and this will continue even all the way in the grand final, so we don't expect too many changes when it comes down to how the map rotation is going to be. So teams will feel absolutely at ease when we play out week after week. But once again, this is a marathon run where a lot of the teams who have yet to garner enough points coming in from week 1, they have to continue to fight even harder. But when you have a team like APG in the lobby, I can only pray for them.
Mhm. But again, we have to wait and see as to whether APG will continue the streak, since they did really well. It's highly possible that a lot of teams will be after them to basically stop the momentum that they have right now. So this is going to be very challenging for them. But so far, APG has proven to us time and time again that it's something that they can manage, and that they still manage to pull through, regardless that there are a lot of teams surrounding them or after them. Of course, since it's going to be the first day of Group E, this is also going to be very challenging for them, because we're talking about a new set of groups. And of course, we have already noticed a couple of adjustments with regard to other teams. So the mere fact that they're only starting in day 2 means that the other teams already had a good head start.
True enough, and right now, speaking of all the other teams who have just joined us here coming from Group E, they definitely have a whole lot to catch up on. So we'll have to see if they will be able to at least put some of all these other teams who are currently at the top of the podium to perhaps get a little bit more of a tough action going on while we are going to be waiting for our first match to start. So I just can't wait. I really do think that now that we have Burmese Goals, Sin Esports, and a few other notable names to be in the picture, it wouldn't be all too easy to have, multiple streaks of chicken dinner going on for even a team like APG. And also not forgetting that we still have Harame Bros, who are going to give a very strong fight moving into this week too. And we've already seen that they have massive improvements when it comes down to how they take duels, maybe in comparison to how they've performed back in week 1. So, of course, they are definitely getting themselves absolutely on track to prep for the grand finals.
Actually, to be fair, there are also a couple of teams that were able to perform really well yesterday. It's just that we were too focused on APG, since they are the ones that really popped off on yesterday's matches. But I would say that YG and KE were also very consistent when it comes to the aggression, though there were a couple of instances wherein YG were eliminated early. So I think that's one thing that they have to basically balance. Sometimes too much aggression can actually lead to their demise. But there are also other teams. I would say 214. They had a really good start during week 1. Unfortunately, I think they are trying to get back into the rhythm. And so there were a couple of matches wherein they did really well, but there were a couple as well wherein they really struggled. So far, I guess basing it on the overall rankings, we can see that there were a couple of teams that improved, and then there were others that basically got lost with all the adjustments.
Sure enough, and overall, we definitely would see what are the changes that they will bring to the table. I believe that overnight, teams have been working hard to strategize on how they will fix some rotations and how they pick on fights. And we shall see in moments' time as our first flight of day 2, week 2 is up and ready. So let's dive right in.
Definitely going to be an exciting day for sure, as we open the night with the map of Sanhok. So yesterday it was APG that also dominated on this map. So we will see as to whether that would still be the case for tonight. But as you can see with the flight path that we have, we are starting it off with Hatin, ending it in Lakao.
That's right, and no matter where the flight path goes, usually you still will be able to reach any portion of the map. It's just that it's going to be a little bit of a stretch for the teams that love to play on the south side, like Charlie or even Sami. So it shouldn't be too problematic. Hopefully it does not be a case in point where teams will have to float next to each other to get to where they need to be. But I'm already looking at a couple of names dropping into the center of the map once more. Boot Camp is the place to be. Hive International making their names known, but it's going to be KE that gets the first drop onto the members of Hive. So that's going to be right down and out.
Oh my gosh, this is what I have been telling you about yesterday. In the boot camp, there's always KE and Hive. And looks like since this is the day two of Hive, again, there's still a couple of adjustments that's going on. And so far, KE was already able to get the first pick, basically. Time to Quick also has Zuki eliminated, courtesy of KHI Esports. So far, coming off of a very salty week one, looks like KHI Esports is slowly getting the chemistry that they need as a team in order for them to perform better. But we are back in the boot camper and we still have Hive and KE. And so far, if we take a look at the split that we have, looks like KE is basically. They already have a good control of the situation in terms of where they are, whereas the main building was occupied by Hive.
And over on the corner of Ruins, we also do get a little bit of a long-range exchange coming from TTQ as well as the members of KHI. So far, the coast is clear. The rest of the members of KHI are just wrapping around the corners of Ruins, just seeing whether if there's going to be any chance to go for the pickoff. It's going to be KH. Now, swarm with two members of KHI. Here comes Damon. Quick tags coming out of KH, and he
Oh,
takes down
no.
two. Ridiculous work rate,
Oh
and he's
my
going for a whole
gosh.
lot more. He just depletes these members of KHI.
What a revenge coming from KH. I mean, they were able to get one player from Time to Quick, which was Zuki, but KH was able to get three out of the four players of KHI Esports. So I guess I spoke too soon when I said that they're just starting to get their rhythm. It looks like we still have the final member of KHI right here, was able to take one knockout. He was able to take down Gus, but MV007 is very heavily damaged. And with that advanced fire, they were able to get the final member of KHI Esports, and they are the first ones to go.
It's just so crazy on how TTQ has been able to really single out their targets so well. KH, an absolute hero in that skirmish. He was just holding that DPS. It's just baffling that when we start off the game, it's already so high octane in action. Well, we're going to get a whole lot more Hive International after losing one member inside bootcamp. They are playing a turtle stance inside of the middle of the sector. So it definitely will take a while despite Master D2K now equipped with an M249.
Mhm.
It's going to be a very devastating if they do step out of those compounds. So we absolutely do understand the situation that Hive International is being put under the radar right now.
Right. And this is going to be very challenging for KE because they're currently out in the open right now. So, meaning to say that if you have noticed, D2K was trying to check if there were enemies uphill. So, it is highly possible for them to be spotted in case someone tries to go for that third party situation. And so, what they did was to try to get inside of these buildings in order for them to at least have some cover. But right now, it looks like they're still having challenges in terms of penetrating the defense of our Hive Esports. But as you can see, Master D2K is slowly trying to get in. Let us see as to whether they will be successful. But he was able to take a knockout on the side of Hive, where Dale is down. So, I mean to say that we only have the last two players left, and Claude is just waiting right here with an entire squad pushing towards him, and he still tries his best. Unfortunately, he was all alone, so he did not have any backup, and that was his end.
Yeah, they're pretty much isolated. Then that leaves the rest of these members of Hive International vulnerable, but they managed to still put up a little bit more of an exchange. D2K is down, but take a look at Devon. He's going for a very wide flank. Equipped with the stun grenade, he's going to toss it right in while we have APG in action as well, taking on RTC. Two members being removed from play very early on. RTC, not the best start that they wanted, and now the north side is absolutely open up for the taking for the side of Anchor PUBG. Ticket Wall for going for a reset, but eventually they'll get it done. Dale's so low, though. He doesn't really have any form of meds to work with at the moment. So he's got to at least get a little bit more backing coming from 762. They're currently rushing all together. Now, KE is bringing in Iter X for today. It's going to be a little bit of a difference when it comes down to how they will approach, and it seems like they are now being very decisive about this push.
Right, and as you can see, Hive Esports is trying to play this silently, especially 762 was able to take down Iter X. He did not notice that 762 was on the rooftop, but we can, I think we were able to hear some gunshots nearby as well, so they have to be very careful with the type of push that they have, and the position of 762 right now might get compromised in any case that they choose to go for the third party situation right
Wow.
here, but 762 was able to take another knockout on the side of KE, where in D2K got shots from his shotgun, but very low on HP. Iter X here was already healed up. Dale was taken down as well, and that is the end of it for Hive International, since they didn't really have enough loots to sustain their HP.
Yeah, KE, strength in numbers and the way that they've been swarming in was just very calm and precise overall. Meanwhile, another fight breaks loose. This is between SG as well as Goodfellas, who are joining us here today. Big Nate's now dropped in. Shaco cutting across, but it is going to be a very tight corner that they're working up with. Claire now with a couple of grenades. He's hoping to eventually find the right angles as he lurks so closely. This should be good enough to eventually knock down Shaco. A little bit of chip damage onto newbies as well. As they try to go in for the revive, there's just so little space for them to work with, but he will still get the revive. Sure, so Claire, he should take this opportunity to strike though, but he's taking his sweet time. He's going to be hiding inside of smoke, trying to recover some HP bars, and that will be the end for SG in this first round.
Oh, that was just so sad. I'm not quite sure as to whether he had enough utilities to go for that follow-up nade, but he was already able to knock one out. So if he had utilities and if he was able to utilize them, then that could have been the end for GFS. But since there were no follow-ups done, he was found regardless if he was hiding through the smoke. But as you can see on this portion of the map, we still have RTC. We still have two players left just traveling on foot right here, but looks like they were able to reach the inside of the zone somehow. On this other end or other part of the map, we have Bro going up against Goat, where we already have two players that are knocked out on the side of Goat, but looks like the other players are here, or they're actually bailing out. And as you can see, looks like Miramar was able to take down each one of the members, but we still have one that is left. And in any case that this player will be able to bail out, then it could still be a good run for GOAT, especially if they will be able to stay in the game just to earn some points, especially for the placement.
Yeah, go Esports from the pad to the fire, now being stormed by KE. Pick your poison, right? Like, wherever they go, there's always going to be enemies. Now, they do get the knockdown. Ryder secures at least 1 point. Now, this is going to be a little bit problematic. Only 2 members remain for the side of KE, but at least they know that he can't be going anywhere further than that. Very difficult decisions to make from both ends. Do you actually push right in, even despite having 2 members? If you get pretty much lined up with a DBS on the hands of Ryder, then that could be absolutely over. And just take a look at how my bros. They continue on with the goose chase. They trailed the rest of Go Esports into this area of boot camp, and we'll find out that there is also KE that will be still on board. To my surprise is that right now, throughout the entire span of the game, KE has always remained inside of boot camp. They haven't shied away from this area. Perhaps it's still pretty much wrapped around with the zone to be covered into this stage 2. We'll have to see as the rest of the members of KE has dispersed into the far corners of boot camp. So we won't expect too much of a pick-off from any side of these 3 teams at this very moment. So just a little bit of reset, as I definitely would love to take a look at how the circle has been shifting. We haven't really had a glimpse of how it will possibly end up.
Right. And I think one of the main reasons why KE has decided to just stay inside the boot camp was because there were a couple of gunshots heard nearby. So they probably know that if they get out of the boot camp area, then there could probably be enemies waiting for them to come out. So I guess they just played it safe by staying inside. But on this portion of the map, as you can see, we still have time to quick. Still 3-man strong. It's only Zuki that was eliminated earlier by KHI Esports. But then again, just like what we have mentioned, they were able to take down or eliminate actually everyone from KHI. So as you can see, the first 3 teams to get eliminated are actually all from the Philippines. So this is definitely not a good start for their region.
And it's a little tough to begin with, but hey, at least they only have to deal with Sanhok only once per day, right? So
Right.
hopefully Erangel will be a lot better coming for the teams. Okay, it starts to make a whole lot more sense where the circle falls directly upon boot camp. So a lot of
Mhm.
teams will be having a tough predicament onto whether if they would stay on the outskirts, will they dive into the areas of boot camp as well. Well, on rotation, that's a
Ooh.
great catch. Rankit once again striking from a distance. But it's gonna be APG that also takes out some of these members of Sid Esports while they are trying to uh, knock a couple of these players rotating. I believe that's only
Mhm.
one player out from City Esports. Not too sure where exactly he was positioned. Perhaps he's wrapping around the back. RTC, however, they don't really make the cut. It has been a very difficult start as APG was trailing upon them throughout the entire course of the battle. Now we go back into boot camp, and now we got new names joining on the list as well. GOA. I think yesterday they have a very decent record, and we'll see whether can they pull off even more moving into this equation where they're just playing by the edges. They will get a lot of info if teams were still to rotate coming from the islands or coming from the north. So great positioning coming from Jeffrey.
Yes, I definitely agree that he has a great position right now. He also has this vehicle in order to have a cover. And in any case, if someone tries to cross from the other island or from the other side, at least he will be the first one to actually get them. So that's going to be additional points in any case if that happens. But on this side, we have NX possibly going up against VG. So it looks like King WTZ already has an idea that there's VG right in front of him. He can already hear the gunshots. He's probably just waiting for the right time to take them by surprise. And he knows that Master Itchy is uphill. And so he's just hiding in this rock in order for him to have some cover. Lil Shalom, on the other hand, also has an idea that we have NX right here. Godspeed is also already heavily damaged. Not quite sure as to whether he doesn't have enough utilities or meds to heal himself up. But so far, looks like Lil Shalom is really focused on making sure that he gets to see Godspeed. And we know for a fact that Godspeed is actually one of the playmakers for NX. So in any case that he gets eliminated, this might be a problem for him.
It definitely will be. Meanwhile, making their debut here in week two, Burpee's goals have yet to actually find themselves any form of points just yet, but they're definitely playing for position right now in stage three. Teams are just waiting to see if there's going to be any form of a major shift of the zone. TTQ played very aggressively from the start of the match and now find themselves with only two members left. Try to wing it while they have a member being picked off. It's going to be APG, and this is just a little far too difficult. He has the additional vehicle. Well, it's going to be top that lands the final blow. So that is the end of the line for TTQ. But hey, at least that's actually 4 FT points that they have managed to work out in this map of Sanhok while we carry on with BG. Now, on the assault, dropping a little bit of a name as NX will be gated by the edge of the zone. So, rather problematic area for them to actually play from.
Mhm.
But at the very least, when we take a look at this 2-2 split going on, NX, they are also having another two members positioned over onto the opposite side of the hill. So, if in any case, there will absolutely be backup to cover grounds.
And yes, I definitely agree. It's a very tricky position that they have right now. And as you can see, looks like the zone already shrunk. We're just waiting to see as to where it actually ended since NX was already being gate kept by BG. Right now, looks like we have APG in our Paradise Resort perimeter. And looks like they're waiting for other teams to actually get in since it looks like the zone is going to end up here somehow. For YG, looks like they really have a thing for high grounds as we have Murnat Boy that is serving as the well, he's basically able to see everyone. He has a bird's eye view right here, so he can provide information to his teammates. Harami Bro, on the other hand, we have Range here that's already getting knocked out. We have GOA that's also having challenges in the process, but we have Blamer Tova right here that can actually see the rest of the Harami Bro squad. Unfortunately, his vehicle exploded, and so he got knocked out as well. But looks like the other players are still able to reset. last two players remaining on the side of Ro. We still have Jappy and Jibna, and looks like we will have a shotgun battle right here. But looks like they were able to take down. I think that's the final member of Gold, since there were only. I think that was the last member that they were trying to go after earlier. But then he was able to run towards boot camp. But eventually, looks like he still has been found.
Yeah, so this is just getting even tougher as we can see the zone right now shrinking all the way in. Jipna needing a little bit more of a backup. Help will be on their way. Range now trying to dodge every single stray shot. Oh, he's definitely got to jiggle his way out of this. But FRL hitting the mark, and there's even more troubles lying ahead for the side of Harame Bros. Same could be said about Hype International. They cut across these corners. And excuse me, that's actually Sin Esports. So KE, good spot on takedowns as they are wrapping around the wings as well. A little bit of replies coming from Rankid as he dropped that big bombshell, but it's not going to negate the Vaughn. At least it holds them back from going in for the full push. So Rankid can still go in for the save to keep FE alive.
So a lot of the teams are currently being sandwiched right now, and that mainly has something to do with the circle. And the circle right now is actually very tricky in the sense that a lot of them are already securing high ground. Harame Bro currently being shot at by KE Davan, and looks like they will be able to make it inside of the zone. However, we have an entire squad of Fearless that will be going after them, and Davan just right behind them. Jibna here, very low on HP, tries to crawl his way towards Davan. Jappy is also heavily damaged. Let us see as to whether they will be able to eliminate everyone, but looks like Davan saw them first. Jibna still tries his best, but Davan was able to take both players, and so that is the end of the line for Harame Bro with 5 elimination points.
Oh, at the very least, they've gotten a lot of healthy numbers of takedowns heading into this matchup. And KE so far has been able to back the most amount of information thus far, while YG is only getting shredded out. This is not looking all entirely safe for these members of YG as they are positioned into multiple different directions. A lot of all these areas are pretty much compromised as they run right out in the open. Not really looking entirely easy for them to actually walk off scot-free, while the rest of YG, they still rely on Burnat over on the top side of the hill to be able to find a little something in return. And APG, they're just trying to hold down the line of defenses. It's all helter-skelter from all across. Big Nate's now primed right in. A member inside of YG knocked down. They gotta quickly go in for the recovery as more and more teams are approaching towards this corner map, while the rest of these members of APG hoping to secure that point up against A-Cloud.
And looks like APG is still on the move in terms of getting more and more points. This is going to be very interesting in any case if they secure another winner chicken dinner for the night. So we'll have to wait and see if that happens, since when the zone shifted, it's actually not too far from where they are. But as you can see, we have YG right in front of them that they have to eliminate in order for them to successfully get inside of the zone. We also have NX that has a potential to go for the third party situation, which could sandwich our YG. But as you can see, it looks like they are covering each other's bases, making sure that they will not be attacked from the back by other teams. And right now, we can see that the remaining players of YG are really struggling to defend themselves. Nang X was knocked out and thirsted by Sin. So it looks like it's also not going to be a walk in the park for our APG.
That's right, APG, they definitely drawing a lot of attention. You can see how many teams are hoping to take the high ground terrains, because there's a lot of open space directly in the center of the zone right now. It's going to be maybe Naughty that will eventually crash out, while Skyden just drops right through. Somehow he survives from the wrath of Romeo Boy. Just playing through the creases of this, what do you even call this? 2 pillars? I guess it is pillars, but that gave him just about enough cover.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually take cover from that, because I mean the middle is really open. So if we take a look at NX right now, all majority of them are just basically proning, but they were able to spot some of the members of Fearless. I think Fearless was trying to, or that member at least, was trying to get a good angle off of the other teams. Unfortunately, he was spotted first. Sin, on the other hand, has a cover right here, and they were able to take down the final member of GFS, where they were almost taken by surprise. Imagine getting inside a house, only to be welcomed by a shotgun. Good thing that they were fast enough to actually take him out instead. But with the last six teams that we have left, we have Skynin here that got knocked out at as well. So just leaving us with the two remaining members of APG. Rankid really makes sure that once he takes a knockout from APG, he will make sure that he thirsts them in order for them not to earn additional points. KE Davon has been spotted as well, leaving the game with the 7 eliminations, whereas we still have Fearless right here. And looks like they are trying to get inside of the zone in order for them to get a good spot. But unfortunately, looks like that is a challenge right now since a lot of eyes are actually on them.
Fair enough, and what a debut coming into the first day of play for Sydney Esports. So far, already banking 7 points already, and still looking for a whole lot more up against the rest of Fearless. They barely have enough cover. The moment the zone shrinks, this could be a very good angle for Rankid to eventually pulls up some points, add it to the table. This is going to be a little bit of an exchange. Pop-Off goes down. Oh boy. I felt like in that position, it was just too difficult for them to eventually even get much out of. So they are going to battle till they drop. And that's going to be the end of the line for even Fearless, who walks away with 6 points. All these matchups coming into this final circle seems to be pretty much neck and neck between all the teams that are definitely drawing blood. Now we are seeing only duos as well as singulars coming into the equation. Top's going to be able to spot them all out, and that will be the end of the line for Sin Esports as well. Once again, we take a look at APG in the final zone against their nemesis, Yangon Galacticos. They've been around these hills for a very long time. They know exactly where Romeo Boy is, so all they really have to do is to single out Murnat.
So this is going to be a 2v2 situation right now, but if we take a look at the odds, looks like APG has a better pick. But as you can see, another player goes down. We are down to the final member of YG, and that was a quick wipe coming from APG. This is going to be their 5th winner chicken dinner for this week, and they are still on fire, starting off the night with a really strong start.
It's just incredible how they work out this chicken dinner. We saw the pressure being put in by the player that was just continuously assaulting onto Murnat. And they all funnel into thinking, okay, that must be one of the few players left. But they did know that there was a flank angle lying in wait, and that's how they close off this battle. 5 chicken dinners within the span of 2 days, and they just started. APG, I think that they're just going to make it impossible for everybody to ever get close.
That is definitely true. I mean, imagine trying to get close to the scores that they have, only for them to get another winner chicken dinner. But with the winner chicken dinner team stats that we have, looks like we have 5 each for the top and Ferng, 1 for Skynin, and then none for Nang X. So Nang X and Skynin were both taken out by Sin Rankid, and then the top and Ferng still managed to take home the winner chicken dinner, and they were able to grab it away from YG, who also did their best. And I would say that YG is still very, very good when it comes to week 2. It just so happened that, again, just like what we have mentioned, it's really APG that is popping off. And so even though we have a good performance coming from the other teams, APG is always there to snatch away the winner chicken dinner.
That's right. I don't remember recalling any form of a dominating performance like this for a very, very long time. The last time I've seen such a performance was back in 2019, and that was from Argentina, if anyone even remembers the name. So this has been stellar. Like, just looking at how they've been able to consistently get the right spots, pick up the right pieces, and work together so seamlessly well. I think like this definitely is a good case study of how a team that's been really trying to land themselves championships and have also landed championships before, to be really putting all the effort throughout the offseason to achieve what they have right now.
And again, for week one, they were already able to secure the top spot. Looks like this is going to be another week for them if this streak continues. I mean, given the scores that they have, imagine a team securing 3 digits just during the first day and then getting another winner chicken dinner on the second day. I mean, we're not quite sure as to whether this is going to be the last chicken dinner of the day, because it's still possible for them to get more given the fact that they were able to achieve that yesterday. So I am very excited for our overall rankings, just so we can see the number of points that the other teams need to catch up on, which is, I'm pretty sure, is definitely going to be a lot. But with the match rankings that we have, 21 total points for APG with a winner chicken dinner and 11 eliminations that they were able to get. 13 points for Sin. We have 11 for NX, 9 for Fearless, 9 for KE. YG placed 6th, even though they were on the second spot earlier. We have 5 points for Bro and then 4 points for GFS.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Erangel because I thought that they really have a really nice spot, but a lot of the teams were just fighting around them over the back instead of directly challenging them through a safe distance. So it wasn't exactly a safe spot. We saw Romeo was just turtling in between those pillars, I call. But, you know, regardless, that was a really good start for Sid Esports and also good fellas coming from Brunei. So at least they're also keeping up to the pace of those who have played back in day one. Meanwhile, TCQ gets 4 points, 2 each for GOA and Gold, while 1 point for both SG and KHI. Not exactly the smoothest of start for Burmese Gold's RTC as well as Hive International. Some of them have been able to survive at least till stage 3, till they got in the mix of some of these battles, so they gotta be a little bit more prepared. RTC, however, you know, when you got struck by APG so early, what do you do about it? Like, you gotta either put up a 4v4 confrontation or none at all, which I think it was the latter coming here from RTC this time around.
Right, and APG is not really the team that you would like to face early on or at the onset, so that was really very difficult for RTC. They still tried to bail out, unfortunately, given the numbers that they have. I mean, they only had 2 players left. Obviously, if you come across an entire squad, it's going to be very difficult for you to pull off a clutch situation, and I guess that's exactly what happened right there. Hive, on the other hand, of course, given the early encounter that they have in the boot camp, which has been going on since week 1, I guess it's basically just luck as to who gets the spot. I mean, it was very early for Red to be eliminated by our team KE, and so that already put a dink in their plan, basically. But last week, it was actually Hive that kept getting the points inside of the boot camp. Looks like KE has already studied their strategies and are now able to counter them.
Yeah, overall, I guess for Hive International, this is just a little bit of warm-up to get themselves back into the mix when we do have the matches of Wrangle to be played out. I do believe that Hive International could be able to contribute a little bit more as compared to what they had here inside of Sanhok. So, of course, very familiar names at the top of the table. Anchor PUBG Esports so far. The best team to be able to display their prowess throughout the past 2 weeks find themselves over the top of the table. As you just take a look at the damage numbers on the charts, you can see that they've definitely done a little bit more extra, 500 in or even 600 in difference. When you do want to compare the closest between these numbers, it's actually coming from NX, which to me is a surprising surge coming out of these NX members. So this time, we have a name change on to who's the MVP. No longer Skymin, but maybe we'll see him later on. It is the top that comes up pretty huge with the 5 elims and 663 damage to be done.
Very, very long survival time since he was able to make it up until the end, and a really large team contribution with 43%. I think given the 5 eliminations that he was able to secure for his team and also the other 5 by Fern, they really have to be thankful to these 2 lads because, I mean, it's very difficult to actually win, especially if there are early eliminations on your team. But I guess the players of APG are also very confident with their individual skills, because there are a couple of teams wherein they work really well together, whereas there are a couple of teams as well wherein there are players that are still popping up on their own. And I guess that is the case for our team APG, and the top really proved that he can emerge on top since he is the MVP for them.
That's right. I guess he's the one to put them to the top as well in this situation. Plenty of plugs we can actually make out of the name, but of course the name speaks for itself. Where APG, they're looking to rise above all else. So that aside, of course, we've wrapped up Sanhok and we're getting ourselves ready for a long day of action. So you guys just join us. It's good timing. But we will take a short moment of a break. And when we do come back, we'll go for two back-to-back rounds of Erangel. And then after that, a little bit of break before we continue on with our final 3 matches. So don't go anywhere. BRB.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting ourselves ready to take on our big rounds of Wrangle. So, it's about less than a minute from now. I hope to actually see some of the players coming in from Group E to be able to show us some new perspective on perhaps how to take on APG, because they are still on the streak. Somebody's got to stop them right now. Quintoyo, I guess we will have to find out if it's going to be another win coming from APG.
Mhm. Actually, I thought that with KE putting an end to their streak yesterday, since it was actually KE that was able to get the last winner chicken dinner, I thought that, the momentum would stop, but they just keep on going. And it's actually very, very amazing. But looks like we are now getting into the first Erangel map of the night. That is where the flight paths would take us, of course, including the play zone, because that's going to determine the type of rotation that the players would have.
That's right. This time around, a little bit more skewed towards the south flat passage as well. So this is going to be a little bit of an extension to get to areas like Pool, Yasnaya. Everything's going to be absolutely being cut off. So I guess they will have to scavenge for a little bit more of the early vehicles, which might see a couple of casualties. Hopefully not. I do want a lot of all these teams to have a steady start, but it seems like they really have to rethink some strats if they were usually to drop into those northern regions instead. So what's it exactly going to be? KE will kick off by having a 2-2 split, 2 members in Quarry as well as 2 members of Primos. A very smart dispersion coming in from this squad to be able to loot the entire southwestern corner of the map. So they're just going to be the only ones being there. I thought that perhaps the team would have actually taken third pier, but it's being left vacant all around. So I believe we'll see a little bit more of that. Harame Bros again tried to move right into the garage. This time it's being won by TTQ.
Oh my gosh, this is what's bad about trying to get vehicles early on, because just like what I have mentioned yesterday, I mean, majority of the players already know where the garages are, including the spawn vehicles. And so if we have a flight path that's concentrated on a certain direction, then it's highly possible for them to actually go for those garages and spawn vehicles, and that's definitely not a good start for our Harama Bro. As right off the bat, there are already 2 players that were taken out of the game. So we only have Range and Jibna looting in Pachinki. So they have, overflowing loots all for themselves. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a good look, especially by the time that they have to rotate. And if they come across, of course, other teams, which would obviously be a full squad.
Yeah, at least they give themselves a little bit of reprieve to be able to still have Jipna and Range to be able to hold out for now. So far, I think that these 2 players definitely contribute a whole lot to the successes back in day 1 of week 2. So we'll see if they could pull off some schemes heading into this matchup to be able to perhaps squeeze an average of 3-4 points. That will be just about enough for them to sustain. But, looking back into that situation, I was just wondering, why do you need that many players to actually go for the garage? Usually, you just want to send one player, get that vehicle, and get out.
Actually, I mean, I don't know what the thought process was, but obviously, right, I definitely agree. If you need to get a vehicle, unless we're talking about more than one, then one player could have sufficed. So I'm not sure why Jappy and um, Nathan had to be in the same area. But anyway, what's done is done. Maybe this is a lesson learned for them, not to have more than one person go to the garage, especially if there are other teams nearby. But anyway, we're off to a slow start. Aside from that early engagement, due to time to quick and bro trying to get those vehicles, that vehicle off of that garage. The rest of the teams, as you can see, they're still looting and still fairly quiet for the rest of the map.
Yeah, I guess like perhaps, of course, with the presence of another squad, they thought of like sending one more player just to maybe pick up a couple of weaponries alongside, just
For
to
backup, I
cover.
guess.
But yeah, just to back it up. But even so, when you are slightly late, then you're gambling with 2 lives versus 1, where you kind of want to cut your losses. So hopefully we'll see Rami Bros to make certain adjustments if they do have very similar flight paths once again, because they would expect either TTQ, or if 214 Akira is playing in this lobby, then they would expect that these two teams love to yoink away those vehicles. So maybe just let them have it. I do understand that certain times when you take a look at Pachinki, it looks like a really good spot, right? With the center of the zone. One of the main problems for Pachinki is that there's not too many car spawns within the city, which is why like teams they would rather try to look on the southern outskirts to be able to book it. But we can absolutely leave that for later on because eventually you'll be able to bump into either one, anyways.
Mhm.
But as we talk about cars as well as movements, esports last round they got tagged out. This round, they get tagged out again. Oh, did I just jinx them?
I think you did. No, just kidding. But I think they weren't really expecting APG to be in this specific area because I think based on the movement that the players have, they were headed towards the same compound that our APG was able to get. So this is going to be another unfortunate run, not just for Harami Bro, but also for Goat, since they have lesser players at the onset. But right now we still have APG. At the other end, we have a goat, and looks like Fern is just trying to basically identify as to how many players they have left, since there's only one that got taken out. So they're trying to loot his crate first, and then probably try and see if the others are just nearby. But looks like we have another challenger right here, because BG is also just right around the corner, and Master Itchy is trying to take down that player onto that vehicle, but unfortunately he got taken down first.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for them to actually get much out of this situation. Top right now, stranded in the middle, open, forced to take up this fight, and it's gonna be Ashalon to be able to find two members to be knocked out. APG currently in trouble. This is the first time that we're looking at APG being wounded in the early game, and perhaps BG could put on a big upset, and they're already gonna leave Skyden B. Not enough time to actually go in for a save. They're still trying to book it though, sending Fern on the rescue mission while Shalom's getting tagged from the back. It's gonna be a big flank coming from Fern as they tag now Lil X. Nate's now dropped right in. BG slowly getting withered down to say you can tag us, but we will still knock you out.
And unfortunately, BG's first team to go, and APG has decided that it's time for them to bail out, since there's already a third party coming in on the side of Key Esports. So they're still trying to shoot towards APG, but unfortunately, it looks like they were already able to bail out. So I thought that two players were taken out, but looks like it was just one, since the other one still got healed and they still had time to actually get away from the scene, which is very, very good, since they're not going to be off to a good start in any case. The two players get taken out very, very early. Looks like they have decided to take this area right here so as to make sure that they will not be seen. But unfortunately, Fern is taking a lot of damage from that other player right there. And so it looks like the spot that they have decided to take isn't safe at all. And his vehicle is already um smoking, so basically it's already about to explode, so he has to be careful with the route that he's gonna take, otherwise he might get taken out because of the vehicle.
Yeah. I like the fact that the moment he booked that spot, and then once he zoomed in his scope, there's just literally one guy staring down at him. So over on the corner of Quarry, I believe the ones that were aiming at these members of APG was actually either TTQ or even KE. Well, they tried to trade right back. They managed to spot NX trying to do exactly the same. For he came from that spot. It's like, nope, it's not safe there for me, and neither for you.
And it's definitely still very aggressive gameplay for APG, regardless if they're already out one player. So here on the side, we have YG going up against RTC, where Ken basically got the damage from the grenade that was thrown by Mernat Boy. Unfortunately for Mernat Boy, we still have the other players right here. And with that shotgun play, he almost got Nishki here out, but unfortunately, looks like the backup is here. So even though he was very low on HP, he thought that he was going to survive it, but the other players are already here. Some of the players of RTC are still going for that reset. Mernat Boy was not able to get out of the house safely anymore, and so RTC was still given a chance to basically heal up. Unfortunately, the other players of YG are already here to wipe each one of them out.
Yeah, here comes the members of YG. Robot Boy arriving to the back, barely enough to
Ooh.
even go in for the save. Valiant attempt coming in from the members of RTZ to really put on a good fight. But YG, they were swift to call in the cavalry, and they is safe right at this very moment. Hive International also going toe to toe against Guardians of Angel, but KHI are also lurking around. Not gonna be a straightforward fight, but through the smoke, Dale finds one. Very cheeky coming from KHI. Damon, he was pretty much stuck with two members to deal with, and now the nades are flying right, and Ryman hits it. 762 down and out, while Kel as well as the rest of GOA turtles perfectly. The KHI side is actually assisting the rest of the GOA members unknowingly, but of course they're eventually going to pick up the pieces, whether if it's from Hive or if it's from GOA. So it's all about the big setups here. Plenty of deflates now thrown right through the shacks.
Ooh.
And Dell, oh, that was beautiful from Demios. What a masterclass of grenade galores that we're witnessing. And now, box right in. KHI, they definitely want a whole lot more.
Yeah, looks like GOA is actually trapped in this confined space right here, and there's plenty more nades to go around coming from KHI Esports right here. It looks like they're getting ready to penetrate the defense of GOA as one player already goes down and has gotten eliminated right away. But with a shotgun play that we have right here, looks like we have players going down as well. He is trying to defend his teammates, but looks like they are about to bleed out. Ryman here with that nade, getting ready to set it up. Looks like he threw it just in time, but unfortunately, they were able to run away from it, and so he will try to go for that reset first, whereas GOA is also doing the same thing. So by the time that they are done healing up, this is going to be a 2v2 still.
Oh, you gotta go quick though. Quickly with the revives. Back to a 2v2, but they're absolutely low. Ryman, he hits it
Oh,
down
no.
on the dot, but they're all slowly bleeding out. Jeffrey on the last stand could not be able to withstand all the pressure, and all of them bow out. Oh, what are we watching? KHI, they walk out with 8 points, but they put themselves at risk. They won that fight, but at what cost?
That's the problem about staying outside of the zone for too long. I mean, he still tried to heal his teammate up, and then he realized that, oh, I'm about to go out. And then, it wasn't just enough time for him to pull out his bandage. And so that's a really bad way to go, because just like what you have mentioned, I mean, they were able to wipe out 2 squads, but then again, it put their scores into an early stop. So that's really, really bad, because I thought that this week was gonna be time for them to actually redeem themselves. Though so far, they were able to secure 8 points. I think that's still high considering their early elimination. But if we remember, they still have a lot more points to go after since they were the first squad to get eliminated in our Sanhok Match.
Yeah, but it was lovely to actually see some of these teams from
Type
PA
of- yeah.
really love to pick up those fights. The rest
Yeah.
kind of wants it calm and steady or slowly poke and prod. But no, not for KHI. That's certainly not for even the Harame Bros. But this time, I guess they have to play a little bit slower with only those 2 members. I just take a notice that there's also a lot of all teams hailing from Myanmar when you actually put all these groups together. So right now, we still have Go Esports, NX, YG, TTQ, all heavy hitters as well when you put them into the late game skirmishes. For now, plenty of space left wide out in the open. For some reason, certain teams who are in Pachiki, they don't really have to move because it's still being covered by this zone. While APG might need to kind of reposition themselves, they will find themselves a lot of all these other teams to deal with over on the south side. While YG, I guess they've been laying around inside of Pochiki for long enough, but they still have not spotted Harame Bros. That's because Harame Bros, they're playing on the south side of this current city. If they were to try to get their way out of here, they could still find their way. Bernat, though, how did he get this buggy in this position?
Well, he can't take it out anymore.
Bad place to park, I guess. He got
Definitely.
clamped.
Yeah, I think he's stuck, so he might have to leave that buggy behind, or he might have to go back to the same direction where he got in. But anyway, In this area earlier, there were a couple of engagements in here wherein we deemed it as not safe for everyone, but looks like time to quick. Has this place all to themselves, so we still have NX on the other side. APG is still holding on to their position, but with the shift of the circle, it's actually
Ooh.
KE that's right in the middle. We already have Fearless inside of the zone. Just a couple of movements from GF, SYG, and Bro. And I guess the rest of the teams are still looking for a way for them to safely get in.
We gotta see how well can they defend that hillside though. It's gonna be a battle of to see who's gonna be the king of the hills. So plenty of teams will be flocking towards the direction of KE at this very moment, and it's already going for the challenge. And it seems like KE they reposition themselves. They say they're no longer interested holding on to that area because it's a little bit tapped too early into stage 4. They do expect a lot of pressure, and the pressure is piling in from Fearless Esports. The moment that they arrive towards the bottom end, I guess it's better that they stay on top of that hill because right now they're being hurled with those grenades. Pop off, support. They're
Ooh.
all setting it over on the corners, and they're slowly getting wintered down. It didn't seem like they were ready for a fight. Pop off gets another knock. It's all about finding the right timing here. You gotta make sure that they wrap this up quickly because other teams are also gunning out for KE that's been weakened already.
Yeah, as you can see, we have gold right
Wow.
there. But looks like with all the nades that were thrown, they were able to take out the players of KE. We still have Kai here that's bleeding out. Looks like he cannot be found through the smoke. But on this other side, we have Goat that was trying to go for that third party situation, only to be surprised by SG. But we see that one player is currently knocked out. I think that is Koopa. Bunny is also down on the side of Goat. So this is currently a trade that we're seeing, whereas Ryder he's actually torn as to whether he should focus on the players of KE or focus on SG. But looks like Koopa is now being revived by Migs. Chill Guy is down, and Ryder just remains in his spot for him to basically wait for engagements going on and possibly defend his teammates from being attacked by SG.
Speaking of an attack, that's going to be big days sent towards Gymna's way. The rest of Goodfellas now arrived to the scene as the Bruneians looking to challenge a weakened side of Harame Bros and just got them all flushed out. Today's been a really strong showing coming for the side of Goodfellas, making a mark here, 4 points of the first round, and now starting to stack up even more, holding onto the Ares Pachinki. Now, with all these fights going on, the biggest hit scratcher for me is that KE gave up the prime position, takes the low ground, and while you're on top of the hill, that you should have actually known that there is a team on the lower end, which
Right.
kind of baffles me on some decision making, which they definitely need to fix. But as we carry on, there will be SG trying to move across the field. It's gonna be Claire tagging onto these members of TTQ. TTQ absolutely stuck. They gotta finish up this fight because more and more of these teams are starting to pile onto these open areas. Makes the last line of defense, which will put up an offense to hold out the rest of TTQ. Well, he isn't exactly all alone where we last saw Claire on the very far end of the field, so he's not going to be receiving much of a backup. TTQ got a lot of space to work with, but it's going to be a very deep dive. And you take a look at that. KE given that spot over onto NX, and they're still holding strong. For some reason, nobody's holding in the deep end of the field heels as well, which we'll expect to see later on to be a big challenge to see to gain that control. And once they do, it's definitely going to be a good hold. While TTQ had a member being made it off.
One
Oh,
HP.
another good toss coming from Migs. I think that they don't want to stay here for much longer.
I thought that he was gonna be able to take down that one player right there, but looks like he got in the vehicle just in time, and so he had 1 HP left. But you can see how much Migs is able to utilize the nades because of that. I mean, it's nades after nades, so it was a really good follow up. That's why he was able to thirst out the player that he was able to knock out, and then it was almost a knockout for MV007. It's just that he realized that when his teammate already got thirsted out, there's no reason for him to stay there anymore, and so he already left. So with that encounter, Zuki has been eliminated. But here on this side, we have Sin going up against Fern, where I guess this was the same area where they got their winner chicken dinner.
That's right. They definitely are very familiar onto how to play out this spacing. All they really have to do is to flush the position of NX, which seem to be a little bit vulnerable on both sides of the field. Now that Sin Esports, they're approaching deep within the quarters of Pachinki, they'll have to take a slow advancement, though. They can't really afford to take too many risks because they don't really have the field of view on the other side of the hill. When we talk about the fields, though, there's Ryder, there's Claire, and the rest of Fearless Esports who have managed to take out the rest of Kill Enemy early on. Well, the nades are sent right in. Goodfellas now trying to dance it all off. He's just gonna hold it out while Smile still waiting for the revives to kick in. And that's where they send even more nades, but it's gonna be pretty tough to prime it perfectly through the small, tiny little windows. But he'll try, and he does get it! What was that bounce? You saw it hit the ground, it bounced back up, and it lands perfectly into the shack.
That was very difficult to pull off, knowing that there were smokes all around. So, I mean, unless you have the structure memorized, that would have been an impossible job to accomplish. But he was able to do it perfectly. But anyway, we're down to the last 8 teams, and looks like we have time to quick with a final member right here. We have Gus throwing smokes all around him just for him to be concealed, whereas APG on the other end is going up against an entire squad of Sin. So he is just lining up his nades, making sure that Sin would be delayed in terms of pushing towards them. Sin still trying to find where they are. Fern getting heavily damaged due to the nade that was thrown by Wako. This time it's a molly that he will be throwing against APG. That looks like APG is still standing strong, and it's still going to be an uphill battle for these two teams.
Yeah, APG, they managed to clear out the entire southern sector, still has 3 members remaining. So they should be pretty much feeling a little bit more confident to slowly take over the quarters of the hillside, and now trying to stop the rest of Sin Esports from taking over the hillside. Great shots coming from Fern as he further suppresses these members of NX, but this is going to be a big fight between Sin as well as APG. Look at the amount of nades floated, double knocks. Oh, sublime work coming in from the rest of Sin Esports, and just like that, they're slowly wearing down the current top knocks of the field. Skyden dodges whatever he could. Pressure piling up even from the side of Fearless Esports. He's running down the hills, unable to find any form of cover, and he just is too desperate to even get a little room to breathe.
Looks like I guess this is gonna be a broken streak for APG, since we are just down to the final player with little to no HP. I mean, imagine getting taken out just because of one bullet. So right now he's probably just staying quiet so that he won't draw attention to himself. As Sin was trying to leave, there goes GFS shooting towards them, knocking Ranked in the process, and looks like he will try to thirst him out. Unfortunately, there are a lot of covers coming in from the side of Sin to make sure that that will not happen, whereas GFS on the other side, popping off some smoke in order for them to be concealed from those that are downhill. And it looks like they're still too focused on our Sin, but some of them will probably already try to rotate, seeing that they're already at the edge of our circle.
Ooh, a very, very rough area to be. Sydney Sports, despite winning out all these trades through the hillside, they still find themselves by the edge of the zone. A little bit of a challenge, as they will have to eventually take over the areas where Fearless Esports was holding out for the longest of time. Ever since they won out that fight against KE, all they really had to do was just stay still and let the rest of these other players to be coming into their area of play. Now that there is the only compound left remaining, a lot of all these teams will basically take turns to fight for that spot as well. So they will have to hold onto that area for their dear lives. It's gonna be a little tough, but Skynin, somehow he survives all that ordeal. Gus on the outskirts as well, playing as a solo. And I'm surprised up till now he has not really taken out Ryder, because they've been next to each other for the longest of time. Now that attracts a little bit of attention. The smokes now barely provides much of cover. So Gus, he's just gonna try to see if he could actually aligned something, and as much as he's prepped, he wasn't ready to take on Ryder.
Maybe he wasn't sure if he was still there, and maybe he was too confident since he popped a smoke right in front of him. But I guess Ryder was already anticipating that he was going to come out of that haystack somehow. But here on this other side, Beast has just gotten taken down. Chewy taking a ton of damage right here. Looks like they will try to heal each other up. Looks like that is it for APG as Kaiden goes out of the game, leaving us with the 5 remaining teams. Still a good run for APG, even though they did not secure the winner chicken dinner, because we're still talking about 8 elimination points.
Plenty of points out there for APG, and that's just wow, right? Even when they are bound out below the top 5, they've always secured a big amount of elimination points to make up for lost costs. So no matter what, APG will still be holding on firmly onto that number 1 spot. Will definitely take a lot of games before anybody else comes close. Well, we have quite a number of names right now fighting for that chicken dinner. It's going to be that streak being broken, but I'm clear as to whether or not and Fearless hold on to this prime area of play, because there's bound to be a lot of other teams to be moving right in, but they do suppress these members coming from Sid Esports, getting that one knock. It's going to be WTZ holding inside of the shack. And somehow manages that exchange just by wrapping around the outskirts and just get those beautiful shots going right through. I love that he upgraded his name to King WTZ this time around, moving into this season. Well, it's going to be the end for the rest of Sid Esports as they got pretty much bunched up in the corner.
And yes, I definitely agree that Fearless has a prime spot right here in the middle, because they can basically spot everyone else and they have good covers for themselves. So I guess we'll have to wait for the next shift of the circle if they will get to keep this area right here. But so far, I'm actually in awe of Ryder since he's been there for the longest time and he's still alive and he's still trying to inflict damage towards other teams. And a lot of the teams are actually quite busy that they don't even notice him being at the back end of our circle. And right now, as you can see, he was able to make it to the top 3. But looks like Bob was already able to identify that he's just right there. And so I guess he's not going to be safe after all, because I'm pretty sure that Bob will make sure that he gets eliminated so as to make sure that, they will be safe from any attacks or any surprise attacks that would come from him.
Yeah, and overall, as they keep themselves busy up against Goodfellas, this could just allow that space for Ryder to slowly squeeze right through. So, massive improvements coming from the member of Go Esports. While Chewy, he's trying to see if he can just find an alternative angle. Goodfellas actually do have an advantage in this fight. All they really have to do with this numbers advantage is to swamp in from multiple directions if they still have those vehicles. But look at this current case of the situation. It seems like they've already ditched those vehicles early on. Not too sure if maybe a buggy is still available, but over on the side of Chewy, he's got that to see. He could actually call the shots right now to rush right in, and they are going to do just that.
Oh, that was a surprise attack coming from GFS with the nades being lined up. Let us see as to whether they will be able to take down Fearless that is currently being pinned down. We have Newbie that is trying to go for the cover, waiting for someone to come out of the house. But unfortunately, I think Fearless is too smart for that. They know that someone will be waiting in that specific angle. But Astro X was able to take down Chewy through the nade. Ryder still being very, very quiet. Looks like he might end up either getting the chicken or top 2 after all. Beast setting up another nade and smokes this time in order for them to be concealed. But unfortunately, his teammate got thirsted out because of another nade that was thrown by Fearless. Beast still here in this area, and Fearless is still making sure that they have a lot of nades to go around so as to make sure that GFS will be able to get in. But Beast, as he tries to get inside of the vehicle to be safe, was taken down as well. And so we only have 1 player left, as it seems. Oh, sorry, 2 players left for GFS, but looks like the other one is guarding Ryder on the other end.
You know, the likelihood for that vehicle to cover the window is just so uncanny, right? Like, he was perhaps trying to look for a small little hole, but he just climbed into the vehicle, line it up perfectly for a grenade to drop right in. And just like that, Goodfellas, they've been weirded out. It's only down to Shaco, and Shaco has already been spotted by Pop for the longest of time. And now we have a new name on the list. It is Fearless Esports with the dinner.
That the zone ended up there somehow, and so this is a really good run for Fearless, and I think it's a great chance for them to actually move up the leaderboards this time around.
Yeah, I would also give props to Goodfellas, where on their debut run here on this very respective group shuffle, they have been able to still finish over on the top three. Though I would definitely commend that fight with them as well as Fearless could have actually looked a little bit cleaner. They had that advantage. They kind of went in one after another, then to really muscle up, go together to really take on the rest of Fearless. So I guess like there was a little bit of that hesitancy that kind of was costly for the side of PG. So hopefully they can improve onto how they really want to take a very firm stance on how they approach some of all these fights. But Fearless, I think that perfect defense is the best offense. You saw them defending up against KE, where Fearless have arrived first and foremost. KE did not know that they were there, but they definitely had the right idea with, okay, this spot looks really good, but it's a little too early for the side of KE. So Fearless, despite it all, they really come up huge into this round. Would love to see a whole lot more coming in from FRL.
And just like what you have mentioned, I mean, we should also still give props to GFS because it was a really good run. It just so happened that Fearless really had a lot of nades stashed in preparation for the final circle. That is the main reason why GFS had a really difficult time penetrating their defense. But if you guys can remember, I mean, GFS was already able to take down some of the players of Fearless. It just so happened that they were prepared with all the utilities that they have, probably because they had to stay inside of the house for a very long time, so there wasn't really any need for them to use them. So by the time that we ended up in the final circle, that was just the perfect time for them to be able to take those nades and use it against the enemy teams. But winner, chicken dinner team stats for Fearless, we have 4 eliminations coming from Pov, 3 for support, 3 for Astro X, and unfortunately none for Ranzer.
Yeah, it's so interesting that some of these names have also played for APG or even in the very, very early days of Orange Esports that have made those rounds many, many years ago. So it's always great to see Ranzer, Pop, Astro X to be back onto the podium. But this start wasn't exactly the cleanest for even some big names like Harame Bros. TTQ also got into some big fights early on. And this is one of the first few times that we're actually seeing a big challenge upon APG in the early rounds, where it came pretty close, but they only managed to remove Skymin out of the equation. But you still see a very deep run coming in from APG to get that 8 elimination points.
I mean, I think what's really unforgotten about this match was the fight between GOA and KHI, wherein as soon as GOA got eliminated, KHI had to follow because of the blue zone. So, and of course, this nade right here, I mean, it's basically something that we said was going to be almost impossible, but they were still able to, do it perfectly. And then, of course, the very, very long time that Ryder had to stay towards the back portion of where Fearless was. And just like what we have mentioned, Fearless had to stay in this compound for a very long time, up until such time that GFS had no choice but to actually push towards Fearless, since the circle actually ended up being in that compound.
Yeah, what a match. That was super explosive, and it is the Fearless side that will reign supreme this time around. 20 points being banked right in, and a lot of healthy numbers coming from Goodfellas as well. I definitely want to see them sharpen their guns a little bit more, and eventually Goodfellas would be able to also receive a chicken dinner down the line, I hope, as they're definitely putting on a strong performance coming in for the entire course of today. Same could be said about APG. They fell very early on, but they still racked in a total of 10 points, followed by KHI with 8, 7 for GOAT, 6 apiece for NX, as well as TTQ. So we are looking at a very healthy distribution of numbers across the board, including Sin with 5 points.
Well, I thought that was a good run for Sin since they were able to take down majority of the players of APG. I think they were actually the ones that started, making sure that APG wouldn't really secure a winner chicken dinner, because if they were not able to take out those two players of APG, I think there was still a chance for APG to actually pull through and get that second winner chicken dinner of the night. But then again, it was a really good run for Fearless and GFS. So I guess we'll have to wait and see in the upcoming matches if APG will still try to get more winner chicken dinners, or if the momentum has already ceased and if someone else will be able to take the chicken this time.
We'll definitely have to see where APG, they're starting to see a little bit of the struggle hitting into some of these matchups, hitting into Erangel. But of course, that was also circumstances of the scenario of how the circle has pulled away from the side of APG. For most part, APG loves to remain in the dead center of the zone. So perhaps that is one formula that has worked best for them. So perhaps they will try to see if they could pull that off yet again. So, of course, nothing changed for the top two, as Harame Bros are still over on to the second spot, but following closely has been Yangon Galactico. So the Filipino side of Harame Bros will need to stay very wary to not fall for all these early shenanigans that they had in South Pachinki. But when we take a look at KE as well as TTQ, they are climbing up the charts, while 214 Akira hasn't been playing for today. They will be expected to be sliding down the list. But for the rest of the pack, with Hive as well as BG, who've just joined in for today, they haven't found that momentum. I want to see them get activated in these upcoming rounds.
And actually, for if we take a look at the overall rankings, there were a couple of teams that actually were not able to get additional points or barely made any points. And aside from APG, the rest of the teams are actually have really close fights in terms of the overall points that they have. For example, our Harame Bro did not really move any. Not even a single point, because they got eliminated very, very early. But as for Fearless, due to that good run, I think they did fairly well, because they're now currently in top 6, and earlier they were still in top 10. But for the top 4 teams that we have 10 eliminations for Fearless, 8 for GFS, which was the second team earlier. AVG got 8, and Key, even though it was an early elimination, still got 8 points.
Fair enough. And overall, looking at the current standings, things are definitely look to be very, very competitive heading into what will be offered later on. So take a look at this matchup as we find ourselves a brand new MVP. It is going to be 7 support to dish out a whopping 1,000 damage. I didn't notice he's been able to really chunk out all these players. You know, I'm not too sure whether if his teammates clean it up or if he's the one to really finish up the job, so to speak, so that he doesn't really have all these big limbs to book out. But that damage number is just absurd, if you ask me. That's worth like what? At least 5 to 7 takedowns in an average match.
And I guess that is it for our second match. We still have one more match before we take our break, and then off to the final 3 matches. So don't go anywhere. Just stay with us. We'll be right back after a short break. All right, everyone, and we are back from our short break. And again, for those that just hopped into our live, it's actually Fearless that got the latest winner chicken dinner. It put a stop to the streak of APG in terms of securing winner chicken dinners. But then again, they still had a really good run because of the number of eliminations that they were able to secure for that match. But aside from Fearless, I think one of the teams that also popped up for the previous match was GFS. And just like what you mentioned, Concha, it's their debut here in PMCL. So that really says a lot about their performance.
That's right. I've been keeping my eyes on to newbies as he has been the representative of Brunei to be playing in the SEA Games as well, or Asian Games. I can't remember which one, but hey, we'll get there
Mhm.
eventually. And we're definitely looking for some brand new titans to take over and challenge APG yet again. The streak has been broken by Fearless Esports. Now, all eyes are on Fearless. Can they do it again and again? And maybe we will finally get to see, you know, a title race to the finish line when we are also looking at the second position right now. Harami Bros, they didn't start things off in the best notion, losing two members out. Hopefully this time they get to play with a squad strength of 4 to be able to really offer that level of firepower that not only the Filipino fans were craving for, but those who have been watching the PMCL, they know Harami Bros are still very lethal on the block.
uh faulty start for Rama Bro during our first Erangel match, but we'll wait and see if there will be another encounter in one of our garages. But right now, we're basically just waiting for the teams to drop. Going in for the first drop, we have KE and SG, which really drops in the Zarki area. The rest of the teams will basically have to wait if there will be another contestment based on the dropping points. But looks like we don't have any so far. So I guess it will depend on the rotation that the teams will have to take.
And looking at the current areas of play, we will expect a little bit of a noise coming out of that Milta sector when we take a look into that corner map. And next, we are taking a very long parachute into Novorotnoy, or are they really going to dock into Milta Power? If that's going to be the case, I believe there is TTQ or another squad waiting around that sector. Well, it's going to be a safe area to play off from the side of Yangon Galacticos. For now, there's not going to be any form of scuffle, so definitely refreshing to see. You know, we've been having those early battles since Sanhok up till the last match. So everybody is given an equal opportunity. Same could be said about every other match. Of course, at least a little bit more of a steady pace for them to actually work around with. Now, NX definitely has been on my radar for a tad bit. I have been impressed by this team that has been fielding names like WTZ, BB Naughty, who's played for a couple of seasons. This has been,
Uh-huh.
a really good showing coming from them since this is probably their first run into this season. And then they are already getting themselves into the midfield, not only in the midfield, top 7 at this moment with 37, 36 points. And they could potentially get maybe a win down the block and would
Mhm.
eventually vie for potentially even top 5, if you ask me.
Right. Actually, NX was able to get a back-to-back winner chicken dinner for last week. So, I guess it's possible for them to actually replicate that type of performance, or probably just getting used to the new adjustments of the other teams. Because that's the thing about a brand new week. It's not just you that would need to adjust; the other teams would be adjusting as well. So that would actually depend on how well you will be able to counter the defense of the other teams, and of course the right amount of aggression. But so far, very, very quiet. I like what you said about everyone's being given an equal opportunity since it's the looting phase, right? I mean,
Mm.
I don't find it exciting anymore to see teams have the same dropping spot because majority of the time it just depends on who's lucky enough to get their weapons first.
Yeah, and for most part, when they do go in for these kind of exchanges, right, it will come to a point where it leaves either side battered and bruised. Even if you win that fight, maybe you walk out with one player, two player left, then it's not worthwhile. Unless if you're telling me that, oh, it's a clean angle, it's a 4-0 streak that goes pretty much uncontested, then okay, great. And so you manage to eliminate the entire squad, get your momentum running, but the chances are always 50-50 to actually get into, you know, a good fight where you walk off scot free. So I would still say it's best to just deck out all of your baggage, get yourself into
Mhm.
the right spot, and then play for coordinated attacks rather than, re- relying on just a chance, which may not fall in your favor.
Ooh.
Speaking of chances, KE trying their chance, tagging onto the members of YG. A very early rotation as many of these teams spot that this zone is closing into areas like Gatka, into Quarry.
Mhm.
So they want to ensure that they book themselves that early spot. Rame Bros, KE, they're onto that pursuit into securing something of their own. But I really do wonder if they're going to be able to hold out since, this area isn't exactly the easiest of terrains to play out where you have the hillsides, you have the swamps, you have quarry, which do we even call it a city? It's barely a city where you have a big bowl in the mining grounds where it's hard to even get loot. It's hard to actually rely on those covers as well. So definitely very, very tricky. I do like where this is going. Also for the viewers out there, this zone does actually cover some slight grounds onto Sonoska military base as well. So uh, I guess it's a very slim chance that it will end up in the island, but
Mhm.
never count it out.
Right, that's true. I mean, I still cannot forget about the final circle in PMGC. That changed everything. I mean, no one expected the circle to be there. So, you're right. I mean, we can never say that it's impossible for the zone to end up even in just a small space in the Sosnovka military base. We all know how unpredictable the zone can be. But right now, I guess we have a lot of anticipation of the zone being around the Gatka area, just like what you have mentioned. We can see RTC right here currently being shot at, but looks like they are really adamant in making sure that they make it to the next phase of the circle by just focusing on the next destination. So right now we can see that they're all going for that car play, just trying to go around this compound right here, making sure that no one has already taken the spot. But looks like when they realize that it's safe, I think this is going to be their next stop.
Yeah. Again, random hovercrafts into random spots you do not expect. APG, they're holding close to the lighthouse, not too far off, as they're over onto this region of the territory to be able to spot out teams cutting across. So this could be a really good trap being set up for teams to have a little problem cutting by. So for now, I'm just also taking a look at, I do have a separate map feed. GOA, they're still hanging out over in the blue zone, very far off inside of Stauber. For a moment, I thought, hey, some of the players are still making a move from Milta, understandably so. But Stauber, they're gonna take such a slow run to the point that I don't know if they will have space to even enter the zone later on safely.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, speaking of GOA, they finally get themselves right across as they are passing by Harame Bros, but they're not going to be within a safe distance. Perhaps they are looking to once again re-aggress, challenge the rest of Harame Bros, while the side of Go Esports. They've taken the hills right across the right-hand side of Quarry, so they'll be able to at least hold out just fine. I would expect Harame Bros to not be moving away from some of all these territories that they're holding onto with a two split formation. If you ask me, maybe a little bit greedy, but then again, you got to make do. If Plan A doesn't work, at least they got some Plan B going for them.
But we already see goats surrounding the area, so it might be difficult in any case that they decide to push. Once they figure out that there are only two players in that specific compound right there. But just like what you have mentioned, given the split that they
Oh,
have, looks like they're really just making sure that someone gets to be in the circle, and then whoever's outside will basically just have to find their way in. But that's I guess, a very risky move coming from Harami Bro. But so far, I guess everyone else has certain risks that they are willing to take. Because if it's successful, then I guess it's going to be worth it after all. But YG, as you can see, looks like given the next circle shift, they have already decided to leave the quarry area, which I think is also being taken by KE at the moment.
Yeah, it's just a really tight space, especially with the circle shifting into such a tight spot. So all eyes are definitely on APG. And again, this is the dead center of the area, which we talked about. APG, they work best when they are directly in the attention of everybody else. Well, I say that, but he's going to be able to knock down Skynan. 2 rounds in a row, Skynan's been punished very early on while Fearless Esports are swarming it up against Goodfellas. Is this a rematch from what we saw early on? Just a little bit of
Mhm.
grudge match as Chewy slowly gets chipped off. While we take a look at the other side, RTC tries to also enter that space,
Ooh.
and they will eventually
Oh,
find
no.
top. The
Ooh.
Singaporeans are doing it. 2 members being knocked down. This is the perfect opportunity to strike to take over. While dancing all around, Kim's got to quickly reset himself, or should I say Ken. Excuse me. Labo slowly gets himself into a little bit of cover. So Ken, he's got to go in for the revive, but they're still on the assault. Fern trying to go in for the safe. Nang slowly being chipped away. I don't think that the safe is possible anymore. They'll leave Sky to be bleeding out. But here comes
Ooh.
Nate. Not too
Close one.
perfectly cooked up as it bounces over the wall.
Yeah, that was a really close call, but I guess that was effective enough for them to be able to buy some time and heal up. Since I think we are down to the last player for. I mean, it's he just got here, so basically he was still able to heal up Nang X. But Skynin is already bleeding out, so definitely not a good look for APG. But looks like the nades are now currently being set. RTC is just in one spot, so in any case that they get the nade, everyone else is gonna get wiped out. But Nang X getting ready with all those smokes so that in any case that other teams get to penetrate their defense, they wouldn't know where they are. But RTC is also very adamant in pushing towards our. Whoa, that was a quick one. And as you can see, this is something that nobody expected. APG getting eliminated. Second team to go out with no points at all.
And it's by RTC. We love the aggression shown by the Singaporean squad overall, but they will still have to defend up against another challenger on the board. It's going to be NX moving across. They do have a hug trap of their own while they are trying to navigate their way through the fire, through the smokes, while WTZ goes in for the far flank. Great tags coming from Godspeed. He is going to climb up another grenade towards the direction of Labo-kun. Labo, can he survive? Does manage to actually hold out for now. A very tough challenge as everybody wants a piece of the center of the zone. It's all down design to see if we could actually find any form of pick. Labo still ever in the back there, trying to isolate these targets. They've managed to bring down Ken. So all that there is left is to tag out the final remaining member of RTC as they walk away with these 2 points. Anchor PUBG, they crashed out with no points, surprisingly. This is one of the few rounds that they actually went out early without any points at all.
And X still trying to heal up, even though they're currently being shot at. Looks like it's time to Quick that was able to get the lighthouse. Zuki taking a ton of damage as well as our NX tries to fight back. Goodfellas already out of the game, which is unfortunate since they had a good run for the previous game. So just like that, we're down to the last 12 teams with 45 players still alive, and we have VG that's still outside of our zone.
Exactly, and it's still a little bit of a 50-50 split. If you could see the corner of the screen of the mini-map, half of it is back into the islands, so everybody's hugging over on the corner of Very Pure, as well as by the edge of the shore if they could. So a very, very tricky circle to navigate their way all around. KHI re-soaking the blue. Got that Bucky though. He's still gonna keep himself safe from harm's way. The rest of Fearless Esports driving by, Demio says, okay, the coast is clear. Now, how do we actually get out into the areas of play? You'll be able to eventually chime right in. While Half International, they got themselves a really good spot up against Harame Bros. Actually, to find a knock over onto Nathan. But I believe that will be eventually a good pickup coming in from the rest of Harame Bros. But they're going for the push. I guess the best enemies to take on is the ones that you know best, as both sides of the PH squads will clash, lock horns through these close quarter, and bringing up the CQC. It's going to be Jipna to try to actually find this nades right across some huge damage to be done so far as the Gypna comes over in the corner. He does dodge that Molotov through the smoke. Thankfully, he does not step right in. But Dale is trying to hold out. It's really down to how they get that first opening pick, and they will try to swarm right in. Plenty of all these utils being burned out, and we're going to get another update to the zone. So all these teams in the mix of battle, they need to wrap it up.
Oh my gosh, it's a good thing that 762 is just right here, as KE has just decided to go to the party, but looks like 762 was able to halt them as soon as they got into the area, and Haramuro is still currently being pinned down. Dale is now getting ready for all other angles, as we have other teams right around the area as well. We have KHI Esports, where as you can see, I think the buggy's tire already got popped out, and as you can see, we have another player right here that 762 is trying to target. He was able to take a headshot from that player, but looks like he was not able to successfully take him down. 762 making sure that that player from KHI Esports won't be able to go anywhere. So he decided to damage the vehicle, and looks like the split that we have for KHI Esports is too far apart that since Ryman is down, there's a big possibility that he might not get revived.
True enough, and it's just gonna get harder from here on. Very little room for them to play off from, but at least it's still over on the mainland, then moving into the island. So Fearless Esports, they take this opportunity to try to single out the rest of these targets coming from SG. Is that Mix holding over on the top? And Astro! He gets brought down by Koopa. What an angle working out for the side of Koopa, where they will be able to shut down Fearless Esports, who have just gotten that previous chicken dinner. Now, we carry on with another battle. It's between Annex versus Sydney Esports.
Squad speed here is down. Looks like the rest of the squad is now trying to get away from our team right there. But as they are headed towards the open area, we actually have Key Esports right here. So we can't really say that they are safe. It looks like they have decided to take this small shack right here, which isn't really an ideal place, but I guess they have no choice. So instead of bumping into other teams, they just have decided to take this small shack right here. Anyway, in any case, if other teams would decide to push, they would still have other angles that they wouldn't be open to other teams. But FV still tries to make their vehicle explode. It just so happened that, oh, looks like there's another team that's trying to rotate, and FV is making sure that he gets that one player right there as well. But unfortunately, looks like the player makes it just in time, and so FV was unsuccessful in taking him down.
I was kind of surprised that they ditched that vehicle kind of far off from that shack. That could have just created a stronger bunker, where if they parked it perfectly, maybe it won't be easily damaged as well. But I guess they were way too worried about keeping themselves afloat. So, of course, wouldn't exactly fault them to that. They still remain intact, but they are absolutely vulnerable to the rest of esports that will absolutely keep an eye on them. Now, in the direct center of the circle is going to be Goat Esports, and Hive is not too far off. They are holding on to this prime hill, which can dictate who actually gets out of this match, especially over the north side. They tried to single out these members of Harame Bros, managing to take one player out, repositions himself over the top yet again. So Hive International definitely making a resurgence. So far, finding themselves 3 elimination points, and I believe they could bank even more by the end of the round, depending on how well they play this top end of the hill. Eventually, we'll be joined by KE, who's still by the edge of the zone. And right now, Circle does favor TTQ as well as Go Esports. So these teams from Myanmar, they're going to have happy days controlling the entire region for themselves.
Harama Bro has a good spot right now, but unfortunately they're already out of the zone, and they have to be very careful because as they were trying to situate themselves on top of that roof, we have BG that's basically right behind them that could actually potentially take them down. Jappy and Range are here going up against, I'm not quite sure as to which team this is. Oh, it's Hive, and it looks like they were able to take one out through the nades. 762 is currently down. Unfortunately, Range was taken aback because of the damage that KE was able to inflict. And just like what we have mentioned, there were other teams out in the open as well, and they were able to take down these players from Bro, which means that looks like Jibna has no choice but to already leave because it's going to be quite impossible for him to still heal his teammates up. Sin, on the other hand, keeps on trying to shoot towards Jibna, but Jibna has decided that it's time for him to drive himself off of that cliff as he'll have more chance of survival instead of staying on that vehicle.
Yeah, it's a very, very risky approach coming from Jibna, but I'm glad that he still stays afloat. At least for the time being, while there is just a lot of commotion back into the mainland, where we start to see the rival of KHI now challenges the rest of Hive International. Big Nate's prime right in. KHI, they are taking that space away, and not forgetting Lil Yatka coming from the side of Burmese goals to try to hold on. He's the final member remaining. He will have to play it a little bit safer as compared to KHI, who is definitely willing to just put in a lot more hustle with all those grenades. Now look at the other sector though. It seems like there is a player getting stuck inside a shack. He'll only buy a little bit more of that time. Lil Yatka, what's going to be his next move, as wherever he turns, there's going to be a player out there in the open. Kill enemy, or should I say NX, are the ones traveling on foot. They lost their vehicle, and they're just sitting ducks to the hands of Damon.
Right, and Damon was really ready to take them out. He was really guarding the areas to where NX was. Key, on the other hand, as you can see, is going up against Hive, but looks like they have been wiped out because we have KHI Esports as well, whereas we have BG Liliaka right here going for that car play, trying to figure out where the enemies are. As you can see, oh, looks like we still have I think there's still one player left on the side of Hive, but unfortunately NX has already been eliminated, so that just leaves us with 10 teams left and 27 players still alive. Devon still shooting towards Liliatka, and Liliatka decided that it's not time for him to go for that car play just to search for the other enemies. Anyway, he's the only one left, so it's actually pointless if he keeps on trying to look for those enemies without being aggressive, since he's the only one left standing for his team.
I'm just surprised that he managed to survive through it all. He found himself a good space into a shack as well. So props on to Burmese goals to have Lil Yatka to be carrying into the very final few regions of the zone. Very cheeky move coming from Claude. It's going to be Hive International hiding by the bush. This could be a very good ambush. It's wrapped around with 3 members of KHI. Does he have any grenades? Doesn't seem to be the case. He's kind of out of stock, so he has to find the perfect angle, the perfect timing to strike. They still haven't taken notice. When exactly will it be time for him to pull the trigger? As he's looking all around, he's going to be the final member. So pressure is surmounting onto this member of Hive International. The nades are flown right in. It's going to be Ifter X and the rest of KE to be around the corner. It seems like he has already been spotted out. So as he may, he still managed to settle for 10. So there's a little bit of improvement coming in from Hive International.
Actually, they had a really good run for the first week. It's their first day today, so maybe that's the main reason why there's still a lot of adjustments going on right there. But KHI Esports really has a ton of improvement for this week, as right now they're still 3-man strong with 6 eliminations on their plate already. Another set of nades currently being thrown by KHI Esports, who's now currently going up against Sin, who's getting pinned down in this warehouse right here, but they will not allow Key Esports to penetrate their defense that easily, and so they are guarding all the entrances, and they were able to take out Ryman here. So the rest of the players from KHI, they're having a ton of difficulty right now because they're currently being sandwiched because there are other teams right behind them, which I think is key.
It's going to be such a tough fight to actually get over on the corner of the zone for the side of kill enemy. Big Nate primed right in, and Divine will have to cut their losses, and he just crashes the gate, finds the rest of the members of KHI. So far, it's been big, massive attempts coming from KHI to get elimination points. They get 6 this time around. The zone just keeps straying further and further away. Divine, he's gonna still look to commit into this battle as they want to wrap things up against Esports, but there is Nate being hooked up
Ooh.
Big dodge coming from the side of Devon to avoid any form of danger coming in from Cool. Sin Esports turning right in. They're also looking to make a little maneuver while the Echo Galacticos, they're absolutely exposed as Wako tries to tag them out.
And KE, another nade is currently being set up, but Cool is also doing the same thing. He was able to inflict damage, and he knows that he's gonna get taken out by the zone, and so Kaya or the rest of the squads and KE has now been eliminated. Sin, on the other hand, is still taking control of the situation through the warehouse right here, so trying to shoot through the smokes, even though they are not actually inflicting damage on anybody. I guess that's a really good positioning of the smokes since our I think that's YG that is being successfully concealed. Though Say Cloud is also having a lot of challenges right here since Migs uh, has a lot of needs stashed once again. Well, it looks like YG was still able to bail out after all, and Goat was able to take down Wako, whereas Rojibna was still able to take down one player on the side of Goat.
Oh, such a tight squeeze. Sydney Esports, they got no other place to actually run. There's only an opening through the warehouse, and if you turn your back to the blue zone, they will deplete. It's already stage 6. They have their hovercraft, but it's already smoking up. Wherever straight bullets coming from the side of YG will eventually cut off any form of vehicular rotations from the side of Sid Esports. Seems like they're done with that hot pursuit. They will just leave them be. It's not the Sia that's absolutely healthy, but the nades are flown right in. Go Esports, they want to zone them out completely. And they know that this is just going to be just a wing it situation where they are just going to drive out in the open, crashing into the trees, looking for that space. Dodges Go Esports completely. It's just madness all around, and Go Esports eventually will still deplete the rest of Sin Esports.
But now we have SG right here with mids being taken out using that nade coming in from YG. We have the rest of the squads of SG right here. Looks like they are still trying to find a way inside of the zone instead of healing Mix up. They know that it's quite a big challenge for them to still try to pull that off, knowing that they're currently being surrounded. But looks like SG still manages to heal Mix up as we have Lucy right here. But with another set of nades that were thrown, Claire has been taken down as well. It's a good thing that we have Cooper right here to heal him up. But unfortunately, there's another nade right there. Confirmation of the kill for Claire, and Koopa got taken down. But we still have the two remaining players of SG. Haramiro is already out of the game with no elimination points. I will still have time to quick shooting towards the enemies that are currently having an engagement.
Master Smile now feeling absolutely confident, but he will get tagged. Oh, what a jump shot coming from Mix. Now it's going to be blow for blow. He's looking for the other member of YG as well. Just going for the chase. It seems like it will be a very close proximity fight between him and Romeo Boy. Mix still holds on as Gold Esports was the one to shut that member of YG. Where they need to be. Only G's game. And with that full squad strength, they're definitely vying for the top spot up against GOAT Esports, while SG only has one member remaining moving into this matchup. I believe that they've already spotted one out. Mix still going on the aggression here. Noise is made from this corner, while the rest of TTQ, they have definitely identified that there is somebody through the hill, so Go Esports hoping to actually seek that one out. TTQ, they're just going to play it safe because they know they have the majority of the circle. They just have to wait for these players to appear.
Right, that's true. And so far, it looks like we still have that last man standing on the side of SG. Still has a lot of needs stashed. I'm not sure as to what type of bag Mix has for all of those things that he has, but looks like he only has 2 left. 2 mollies as well, and 1 smoke. And right now, looks like everyone else is focused on one another with the exception of Mix. So there is a chance for him to go for that third-party situation since both Time to Quick and Goat are busy with one another. And Mix, as you can see, he has high crowd control right now, but looks like Chill Guy already has an idea that he's just right there. And as our zone is closing in, looks like Mix still found a way to get in.
Mix somehow being so sneaky. I'm just really surprised that he's been holding on for so long, just like how he did back into that previous round of Erangel, always being the Lone Ranger for the side of SG, squeezing whatever points possible. Ryder does get that knock, so I guess he settles for a third place finish, which will still back him like double digits by the end of the round. Ryder now goes on for the shred. Great pick. While he is trying to run across, he still gets the cover for the tree. TTQ, one member over the top end of the compound, so it's really down to Cage to spot everybody else on that AUG. It's gonna be Chill Guy. Be wrapping around the wings as he's positioned and has been spotted. Chill Guy still marching up across. No vehicles whatsoever. Bunny as well as Chill Guy. They're just rushing right across. And we'll see where if they will be able to shut down the rest of TTQ, as this will be the arsenal defense. TH, he's just making a lead right into the next floor. And here comes the nade!
Ooh, I guess that nade made all the difference as we have another set of winner chicken dinner. It's now taken by both. So I actually thought that this was going to be another comeback for APG, but unfortunately they got eliminated very, very early on. And so GOAT, greatest of all time, I guess, for this match, as they were able to secure, I think this is their first winner chicken dinner for this week.
Yeah, as much as their names are goats, their logo always says that they're a different breed of animal overall. But of course, they're an absolute beast. You saw the patience paid off. They were holding on to the gas station. They didn't really reveal too much of their cards until that late game phase where they identified this is a solid compound that we have. We're going to defend it with all our lives. And once push comes to shove, you saw how they managed to even take on TDQ despite not having vehicles, despite them needing to put their bodies for it. Somehow, they managed to crush the rest of TDQ, to my surprise.
Right, and as you can see, they were able to secure 10 eliminations in total, 4 of which were taken by Bunny. We have 3 coming from AU007, 2 from Chill Guy 11, and 1 for Ryder. So I guess hard work pays off after all, as if I'm not mistaken, they ended up top 3 on the previous match. This time around, they did not fall short and were successful in securing a winner-winner chicken dinner. So this is definitely going to be a good run, and I'm expecting them to go up the leaderboard once more, since just like what we have mentioned, aside from APG, the rest of the squads, their scores are actually really close to each other. But here are the highlights that we have for this game. I think this is really unforgettable, since it was actually RTC that ended the good streak for APG.
Yeah, rather pleasantly surprised with that form of result. You saw that RTC, they were really eager to actually take on so many early fights where plenty of teams were also challenging that real estate. And they walked out with a decent amount of points. We definitely want to see them holding out for a little bit longer, heading to these upcoming rounds. But SG, man, whoever has mixed on their team will be very, very blessed with him really pulling up everything on the line to be able to secure a top 3 finish. So SG, they're on a very consistent run, while Sin Esports, we also saw the rest of the members to be holding out for so long until the point that they had to make very desperate attempts to cut forward, while those nades definitely did a number onto the side of Sin Esports, and then it went down to the battle of GOAT versus Sin Esports, and eventually, of course, GOAT, they have already gotten the perfect line of sight. Once they do get the knock, you saw how confident they were to just rush up forward, while, of course, they leave none standing in the way.
And with the match standings that we have right now, we have GOAT taking the top spot with 20 total points. We have 12 from YG, 11 from SG, 9 for Time to Quick, 9 for Sin, 7 for BG, 6 for KHI, and 4 for KE. So looks like it's very, very balanced between the placement and elimination points for our team GOAT. The rest of the eliminations were actually divided across other teams, so we can't really say that there's a specific team that dominated for this match, as we have a lot of elimination points coming in from other teams as well.
Sure enough, man. It has been such a tricky zone, and so props to every team that's been able to squeeze whatever points possible out of this run. And APG, you saw they were in a really good spot. Even the Goodfellas put on a little bit of a fight. Eventually, they didn't manage to walk away with those points, unfortunately. But we'll see later on when they take on the final map of Erangel for the day once again. Despite APG's tough hurdles, we did manage to see them walk away with, a little bit more to gain out of that, despite, this is one of the rounds that they bow out. Well, massive improvements coming in from all the names on the list as we see Sin Esports making a climb, almost cutting it into the top 12, where 214 Akira is not playing for this evening. Then perhaps the last 3 maps, they can even surpass PBMS.
All right. So a lot of challenging situations ensued in the past couple of matches, but let us not forget that after this, we still have one more Erangel match to go before we head on to Miramar. So we will see as to whether there will be adjustments and better executions for the teams this time around. But MVP for this match, we have Goat Bunny taking home 4 eliminations for his team, 431 damage, 131 damage taken, 28 minutes and 10 seconds of survival time, and 35% team contribution.
Yep, and of course, that being said, we have definitely seen, the names change over onto the top spot, where, of course, APG now struggling for a little bit, which we have expected other teams to be re-strategizing and improve every step of the way. So far, Group E on their first day this week has been nothing but exceptional. But you know what? These teams are stopping at nothing, and that's because Techno right now is joining us as our partners for the PMCL as well. So, of course, make sure you check out the POVA 5G as it offers you 120 hertz of a AMOLED display screen. It's also curved and sexy, so you definitely want to check that out, where you can have smooth gameplay all day long. So head over to the website to find out a whole lot more, where, of course, this is a brand that understands gamers like us, gamers like you. So definitely worth it, and it also comes in affordable rates as well. So make sure you check out all those deals. And not only that, I believe there's also a whole lot more for you guys to check out inside PUBG Mobile, because we are celebrating our 7th anniversary.
So definitely, and of course we have the new themed mode for everyone, which is the Golden Dynasty. This is the 7th anniversary version coming March 7. So today is March 6, so mark your calendars, as we are expected to experience these new changes by tomorrow. And of course, enjoy the time of Golden Moon, which will be coming in tomorrow as well. So it looks like everything is coming in on the 7th, and of course in celebration of our 7th anniversary as well, Alan Walker is back. So we also have a music collaboration coming soon. First track is Faded. We still have 2 mystery tracks to watch out.
That's right. And overall, when we take a look at some of all these opportunities out there for teams to take, I believe that there's definitely a whole lot more that they will prepare to get themselves ready for Miramar. So we'll go on a little bit of that dinner break for them, or maybe a snack break for you guys. So do stay tuned. We'll be coming right back after a couple of minutes, as we will continue with our final 3 matches of the night.
My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm much too high. speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything, can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive, don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall, it's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me, can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head, don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it, I should've left it alone. I should've left it, I should've left it alone. I should've left it, I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast, my whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything, can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive, don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall, it's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me, can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head, don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm
the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're not an issue facing threats alone. We always stand already. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise. Embrace our strength
and let your
courage lead the way.
Yeah, boy.
And we are back. So 15 minutes really flew by. It was very, very quick. We were saying that it was going to be a long break, but it didn't really feel like a long break to me. But of course, I know that everyone's really excited for the upcoming matches, which is why, time flew by so fast. That's what they say anyway, when you're having fun, it doesn't feel like, things are taking a long time. But anyway, we are done with the first three matches of the night where so far we don't have any back-to-back or double or triple chicken coming from any of the teams, but it was a really good strong start for our APG. But we have new contenders on the block as games 2 and 3 were taken by different teams.
That's right, and we are also looking at big improvements coming from Go Esports to close out that round in clean fashion. Now, first, this being the very final map, you did mention that no teams have gotten a streak of chicken dinners just yet, but with 3 rounds to go, this is ample of opportunities for the teams to just get to where they need to be. So we shall find out in a short moment from now on. Of course, certain teams will still have to make certain adjustments where we are starting to see a little bit of a slide coming for APG, which, other teams are absolutely glad because they get to chase up with those points. But we want to see if Harami Bros and the rest of the pack will be able to bounce right back.
Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps for that trailer, but this is gonna be the final Erangel before we head on to our Miramar maps. And as you can see with the flight path that we have, it's coming in for the northern side of the map, wherein we have Stalber, and it's going down to, well, it's actually in between Primorsk and the Sosnovka military base. Of course, we'll have to wait and see for our play zone as to where the players will be taken. Obviously, this might be a quick loot for those that would be on the opposite side of our play zone. But so far, I guess we are to expect a couple of long drops, especially for those that would be dropping in the western portion, unless of course they have secondary dropping points here in the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, there's just ample of all these spaces, and this has been the fairest of rotations for a majority of all these players to actually play off from. So not too shabby after all. We'll have to actually see if there's going to be any form of a challenge when teams finally get the access into Sinaska military base. Well, looking at the current standpoint, of course, we'll expect to have a pretty steady pacing coming into what we have seen from the last round, where it's going to be pretty similar from what we saw. But oh wow, look at that for a zone. Plenty of it covered by water. We are getting a skewer into Gaka. And once again, the challenge is out of Garage. And did they not learn their lesson? It's twice now for Harame Bros to lose members just like that. This time, even worse. It's 3 members gone just like that.
Gosh, well, it's not just a minor setback anymore. I mean, losing 75% of your team is no joke, but we have RTC that's currently being pinned down right now. Everyone's basically not yet contented or satisfied with the lose that they have, but they were able to take down this player right here. But the rest of the squad of RTC is also already here. Looks like this is an early bloodbath for these 2 teams, but RTC was also able to take down some of the players from SG, but Mids going out, making sure that he would get to pin down the rest of the squad. Looks like we are down to the final member of RTC that was able to make his way on top of the staircase, but ultimately that is it for RTC. Very first team to go, no trade whatsoever. There were just a couple of knockouts, but they were revived. So this is a good start for SG because they were able to get 4 points right off the bat.
Yeah, so aggressive. I take my words back. I talked about slow and steady pace. These guys are gunning after each other. And wow, I didn't expect that at all. RTC, very unfortunate that they didn't even thirst any of all those players. So SG, they remain intact. Good news for the squad that has been able to keep themselves on a consistent note. For the past couple of games, we take notice is that the members of Sin Esports so far are playing at a rate where they're getting a lot of all these top 4 finishes. You gotta definitely thank Mix for that, despite no matter what the outcome of elimination points that they do get themselves by the end of the run. But Harame Bros, this time they will have to sit back and maybe think about the next game because now it's only down to Gymna. I wonder how much can Gymna offer now that it's just stage 1. Barely 3 minutes into the game, you lose 3 members. I just felt like maybe certain changes coming into the pace of the day has definitely resulted in this kind of instance. But TTQ played since yesterday as well. Perhaps they found a little bit of a loophole, understanding that we did know that Harame Bros love that garage. We will always go in for the challenge. We'll full send the whole squad into the corner, get those weapons. Whether it's 2-person, 3-person, they bank in, cash out with a big fat 3-pointer round or to kick things off with, and then it's just a big boost. I mean, it definitely sucks to be in the position of Harame Bros, so they just gotta give up that garage, man. I tell you, like, you don't need that garage anymore.
I mean, there are a lot of spawn vehicles nearby, so I'm not really quite sure as to why they keep on going after that garage. And just like what you said, they should have learned their lesson by now. I mean, sending out 2 guys, okay, understandable. You wanted backup, but sending out 3 and then all getting eliminated, man, that's really bad. That sucks so bad. I mean, we only have 1 player left, and that player is basically defenseless. So all he has to do right now is to basically look for a good spot to hide because he can't really be aggressive anymore. So that's the bad thing about losing members as early as the first circle. I mean, it's the looting phase, for God's sake. So
Yeah.
it's so bad for Harame Bro. Hopefully tomorrow or the next coming days we don't get to see them get eliminated in that specific garage anymore.
Yeah, and there I would like to also touch on, what I call an ego challenge, right? Sometimes like you're unhappy about a past situation, you want to change that fate, but if you're behind and you try to attempt that again with a team that has gotten that success rate, it's actually not so worth it. You will, even if you do manage a brawl, you might still not come up on top. I'm not saying that the side of Harame Bros have gotten big-headed or anything. It's more like sometimes you get your emotions in a way that you're not playing objectively. I think like they gotta keep their emotions in check. I know it's frustrating that we can't get that garage anymore. Now we gotta think about something else. I mean, sometimes think about something else could bear fruit, could bring you a lot more of these opportunities. Why not plan, like you said, find another different vehicle? TTQ is gonna be there, so get the next nearest compound, which you will have one just across, which we remember it to be below the heel of Pachinki. Get those weapons and lock TTQ in. If you get the weapons from inside of Pachinki, you're not gonna get the pick off. So if you want to get on TTQ side, just do that, and they will be pretty much stuck right there with not much to actually work off from, and then they can just lock in, and that would be a very sweet revenge. I hope that maybe the coaches are listening to this broadcast for them to actually find out a little bit more. Or perhaps they're on the Tagalog side, which also makes sense.
Actually, the bad thing about that is it's probably pride getting in the way. So I definitely agree about it being all about emotions. Making sure that they got us this time. Let's make sure we get them on the next one, and that doesn't always work out in your favor. And that's exactly what keeps on happening right here. Because even though they keep trying to go for that garage, they're still not successfully getting it. And what's even worse is that they started off with just 2 players earlier, and then this time around they're starting off with just 1 since everyone else got eliminated in this specific garage. So hopefully, just like what we keep on saying over and over again, they have to give this up.
Yeah, and I guess like that also allows other teams to slowly close in the distance. TTQ now stacked at 3-pointers. They are currently number 4, tied with KE. No longer tied since they got those 3 points. While YG is the one tied with Harame Bros, I would expect YG to be able to overtake Harame Bros, and I hope that Harame Bros can recover when it comes down to moving into those Miramar runs, which you won't have these kind of garage battle anymore. So good notion on that, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. They can plan it for tomorrow. Well, the circle will take us to Mount Gatka. Some just call it Olympus if they were to play on the PC counterpart. So we'll have to see how they're gonna be able to conquer the hills while we have APG flipping over. Well, thank goodness there's no teams all around, so that could have been a very big casualty while they continue on their journey. Now, looking around this current situation, I'm also taking a look at the minimap. I've spotted about maybe a few teams that are moving very late into the vicinity, which may end up in ruins. So those names are Goat Esports, or should I say GOA. I always tend to get a bit mixed up because it's just one letter short. So APG is coming from the south. They will have a lot of space, while Goat, which I did mention this time, managing to find King WTZ as he's just out in the middle of open. NX will just have to just cut their losses right now.
And so far, as you can see, they keep on throwing all those nades without knowing that no one's actually there anymore. But we can see that there's a team nearby, and looks like they're now going for that spray in order for them to basically break the door and expose the players of GOAT. And X is actually just on the other compound where, just like what you have mentioned, King has been eliminated, but looks like the others are now getting ready to leave. And just like what you said about cutting losses, looks like they are now headed off to a different path to make sure that they get to keep the 3 head count that they have. But they have to be very careful because Sin was already able to take this compound near Pochinki, and it's basically just right off of the edge of the circle. So I mean to say that it's a possible gatekeeping situation for the rest of the teams that will be coming in from this direction.
Yeah, I really like the approach coming from Sydney Esports, where they can afford to take it really slow and just see where exactly this next zone will appear. While there is only Jibna, not exactly the scariest side of Harami Bros now that he's the only member remaining. While over onto the south side of the field, there's a lot of ruckus going on. There's been battles between Go Esports and X, and then somewhere along the mix as well, we have TTQ, APG are playing that southern corner. The last I noticed was that Yangon Galacticos was on top of that Olympus. Now, it's always great that you are on top of the hill, but the only problem is that you got to watch for those resources if you were being a little bit too aggressive, because there's just no way that you can restock, right? Unless somebody pushes up the hill. And if you happen to win that fight, you don't win that fight, well, I guess it's tough. But then again, take a look at that. A loot crate dropped on top of the mountain. Kind of signals that, yep, this fight will happen from here. And has YG spotted it out? It is a free MK14 in the bag if they want it.
And right now, looks like they have decided to really take on to this spot right here. No one's challenging them just yet. And if we take a look at the spread that they have here, looks like everyone's really guarding all the angles as to where enemies could possibly enter. But right now, we have SG Koopa currently being shot at by GOA with very low HP. Let us see if they will be successful in taking him down. But they got shots fired back towards them, and looks like it's coming from a different team. I think it's actually Hive that was trying to go with that third-party play right there. And so looks like GOA has decided to back out, though we have Hive here that's currently eyeing those players on top of that mountain, which is again, that was YG that was there. GOA has decided to take this compound here. So far, we don't really see anyone nearby, but looks like Sin, who was situated near the Pochinki perimeter, was able to take down one player. Not quite sure as to which player that is, but looks like they were already able to knock out. Oh, looks like it's coming from BG. And currently on a 1-2 split, we have this one player right here on the second floor. They're now trying to pin him down, but looks like he was able to take down Rankid with that nade. And Cool is here, but unfortunately, with the nades that were thrown by FB, he got knocked out as well, just leaving us with the 2 remaining players of BG.
Yeah, solely isolating all their targets coming in from the rest of Purvy's goals. And I was just looking at BG so far, haven't really found the best of rhythm possible, despite them bringing in big names coming in from Genesis Esports. Big nades. led perfectly by St. Cloud as they were up here in the mountains and will remain kings of the mountains for now. Yeah, Galacticos, they will be able to go in for some quick restocks. And you can see the sheer confidence. Now they're also pushing through up against the rest of Kill Enemy, hoping to march up the hillside. And now with that location pretty much out in the open, I guess KE tries to quickly get a little bit more of that cover, repositions for a little bit, and slowly find their angles.
Ooh.
But take a look at those tags. Kaya, so sharp on the attack.
Right, and that actually alarmed our YG since they cannot overextend as KE is really, we can really consider them as sharpshooters. I mean, imagine being able to dink a player from up above, but it looks like Sin, since they were able to take this compound from our team BG, they're now currently being surrounded by GOA. It looks like they're getting ready to push, as we can see that some of them are already getting ready with their smokes. So it is highly possible that they will be coming into these compound right here, knowing that the players here are spread out. Looks like they will be taking just one direction, whereas Sin FB, on the other hand, is getting ready with that vehicle. Looks like he will try to look for another spot where they can go, or probably just try to go for a rotation so that he can get a different angle off of GOA. But looks like GOA has already decided to leave the perimeter and realize that it's not worth it to take that compound away from Sin anymore since it's already outside of the Sin.
Oh, yeah. Jitna tried to book his run. He's only 1 HP. You can barely see his health burst. The traits come back from the side of Murnat while the exchange continue to last. Low ground versus high ground. KE gets one member knocked. I believe that's going to be Murnat that was on that sharp shot. Jitna finds himself a shack. Thank goodness. I do believe that Jibna should be able to pull off some of the smart plays in order to actually survive for now until other teams were desperate enough to actually crash over the shack. Meanwhile, HyperX needs to hold out the line. GOA, they arrived and just crashed them out completely. Yapikel, Blamertova now rushing upwards. Wall of Hurt waits the rest of KE and the rest of YG will be kept very busy. While the rest of Fearless will be able to hold out the approach. The rest of the members of APG are around to see they only lost one, but Popoff, can he go up against his ex-teammates right through? He would drop, and just like that, APG slowly crumbles. Now the only player left is Nang X, and Skyden is already falling low. Here comes TTQ on three-way battle. My goodness me, we are getting the full clash coming from the Titans. It's all about the timings right now. TTQ got them all locked out in place. The rest of APG, they are looking to recover, but how much more time do they have? SG, having Taylor and the rest to work out against Sin Esports while we have Gus going for the push, where the rest of the APG members are still holding true. How on earth is Scotting doing it?
Oh my gosh, we only have 2 players remaining on the side of Time to Quit, but looks like they're now getting ready to push, but with all those shotgun play, I thought that was going to be a clutch, but Time to Quit managed to escape. And right now, as you can see, we have SG that are slowly looks like Sin has already been eliminated. We have SG now currently going up against YG that still has a control of Mount Olympus right here. Earlier, we mentioned that no one was trying to contest this area, and then all of a sudden, everyone wanted to get in here. Migs getting taken down by the nade, but due to the revenge nade being thrown by Kuwai, was able to take down Lil Yahiko as well. And it looks like he will be bleeding out and possibly get eliminated with all those splash damages that he has been getting, not just from SG, but also from YG.
Yeah, it's been a very, very difficult spot to be if you're not going to be able to actually hold onto the lower side of the hill, because YG has been really good at all these grenade tosses into the right bowl. So YG, they are not looking to be flushed out. This is going to be everybody booking the hillside, as there's barely enough room. Over the north point, there's still a little bit of space to play off around the containers of Georgia Pole. So that's going to be held up by a Hive International, but look at him go. This is Goat Esports arriving to the scene. Claire, he's got to really hold out while he tries to heal over on the corner of the map. Does get the nade true onto Kill Guy, while Ryder as well as maybe 007 will be able to hold out. They do have the smokes out, but Vanguard Galactico sees this as another opportunity to strike.
Ooh, and still on a three-way battle right here. Looks like no one will try to give this place up. We have Goat still throwing those nades towards SG, but they can't seem to find where they are. But SG looks like they have already decided that we don't want to stay here far too long. Otherwise, we might get caught up. But with that nade, they almost got a knockout. And Goat still going up against YG. Looks like SG is just trying to get a different angle off of YG. And so Romeo Boy all as you can see, he's trying to guard all of the angles right now. He's trying to multitask between SG and we also have High right here. And unfortunately, Claire has been spotted and knocked out. And looks like he might not get revived after all. And with those nades that we can see, we still have Hivedale that got surprised with the arrival of our SG, but he was still able to take down Migs. We still have two players left here, but with another nade being cooked by Dale, let us see if he will get at least one of these members from SG.
Yeah, great hold coming from the side of Dale. He does pull in the Molotov there, slowly burning down Lucy, and that nade bounces off. Dale still finds it. And my, that was a perfect lob to end it all off. SG, what a run it has been. 8 elimination points, but they were being flushed out of that position. Forced to actually play that lower ground, and now gets themselves into the hot soup. Well, Go Esports, they're cutting close up against the rest of YG. Let's see what comes up here.
Maybe 007 getting ready with that. Now we have YG getting ready with a smoke instead. And YG Say Cloud prioritized healing up first. As you can see, Goat was already able to take the position of YG. It looks like Say Cloud taking a ton of splash damage right there. With a follow-up Molotov as well. Looks like he got knocked out because of that. We still have 2 remaining players of YG who's just right behind them. But looks like they will have to eliminate each one of the players from Goat in order for them to be able to heal him up. Unfortunately, for Goat, looks like they will be able to heal up after all, as Seikla was still able to find his way towards Romeo Boy with all the smokes that they have right in front of them. But they're also taking a ton of damage off of a different angle. And it looks like Seikla will be taken by other teams that are currently surrounding them.
There's also another fight breaking loose over on the far western corner of the map, all around the foothill, while YG keeps himself pretty much occupied with the aggression being displayed from the side of Go Esports. That was a great nade, and then now they managed to get a little bit of room to get in for the recovery. All members back intact, but maybe 007 is slowly choking out that position. This is going to look to be very dangerous for the rest of Yangon Galacticos. How long can they hold on? These smokes, once they do subside, all the angles will be displayed for the rest of Go Esports, as they have gotten themselves a hatchet contender from the last round, hoping to break right through this barrier, while there is the rest of these teams also marching up ahead. So the rest of Go, they're currently being occupied, but they're still hunting out TTQ Ghost, unstoppable with 10 elimination points, and they still have a full stack roster up against all the rest of the pack, while YG playing so defensively. They finally get a glimpse of SayCloud going for the revive, and there's not much room left. Quick response to eventually get Bunny back on track, and here comes SayCloud. He's gonna go for the approach, and no, he gets taken down.
And as you can see, with all those shotgun plays, he has decided to pull out his M416. What a quite a surprise for those players that were getting ready for that one-hit delete type of gameplay. But Murnat Boy, as you can see, looks like aside from that nade that he was trying to avoid, he got eliminated through that M416 as well. Goat maybe 007 trying to go up against GFS this time around. Another challenger, another uphill battle that we are seeing from Goat and GFS this time around. Chewy getting ready with that nade. And as you can see, looks like some of them are getting knocked out already. Looks like the battle that we have here on top of this mountain is really, really bloody, as we can see different teams get eliminated in this area alone. And if we take a look at the circle, looks like this will have a couple of teams that are still outside. And I think that is on the side of GFS that is still trying to find a way to get inside.
Yeah, GFS, they definitely went up on the right timing now that they've managed to clear out Yangon Galacticos, and the rest of the members of Go Esports also have to lick their wounds. It's only going to be the rider left. I think that they noticed that he's going to be around the corner, so they will have to check these creases. Rider, not too sure he's being spotted just yet, but there's just, I don't think they know. Oh, okay, that's big news for the side of Goat. They can play a little longer and maybe surprise some of these members of Goodfellas if they're not careful enough.
All about making sure that they don't overextend. But Time to Quit KH was able to take down one player from GOA. I think that was Clay Jr. that got knocked out. Unfortunately, Hive is also taking a piece of GOA. And looks like GOA is currently being sandwiched by different teams right now. Time to Quick still holding on to their position, even though it's not really on top of the mountain. They still manage to take a knockout from the teams that are currently guarding the top of this hill. And KH, as you can see, is now getting ready with that shotgun, even though the other players are nowhere to be found because of all the smokes that they have. But GFS still struggling to defend themselves. Two players left on the side of GFS, but one of them gets knocked out through the nade, and Dale was also able to take a knockout from his side.
TCQ, look at how aggressive they've been. 16 points already. And now it's going to be a close battle. Oh, the jump shots. Not too clean enough coming from side KH, but it's being backed by Zuki. 18 points. They're looking to be the kings of the hills. And yes, they are. All they really have to do is to close out this fight, and perhaps they can set the benchmark for the highest elimination points. Ryder crashes the entirety of Hive Esports. A decent top 4 finish with 6 elimination points where they managed to find the spine of the hill. But now it's all down to these little targets. And we talk about Ryder, who had that angle, and now it's down to him to try to surprise the rest of TTQ. But they've heard those shots. They know where Ryder's at. All they really have to do is to quickly actually look around. But Envy, he lost sight of him. He doesn't know.
This is the good thing about Ryder, if you have noticed. He's very, very good at not making his presence known. I mean, even during the first Erangel map earlier, he was able to survive for a very, very long time. This time, he was not successful in getting a winner with a chicken dinner, but he managed to stay in the top 2 anyway, so that's not bad at all. But if you have noticed, looks like we have another set of records that was broken by Time to Quick. Earlier this week, we watched Miramar take the top number of eliminations in a single match, which was 19. This time, if I'm not mistaken, Time to Quick was able to take home 21 elimination points, including Ryder, which was the last man standing earlier. So looks like this is one hell of a record to beat, as they were able to get 21 plus another 10 points for the winner with chicken dinner.
It's just crazy. At this point, I lost count. TTQ, they strike from the lower grounds where we saw that big eruption of fight. APG, they were battling inside of the compound up against another squad, and then they crashed the gates. They took on both of these squads. That's where they racked a few more points, and then more and more teams were driving towards their way because they know that to climb up that hill, you need to go in for a wide wraparound. It's either you take the east side, which is more difficult to do. So they passed by the west, which is where TTQ was located. So they slowly farm all these big numbers, and Zuki so far has been really whooping everybody across spot, and not forgetting 007.
And again, the bloody battle in this area that basically stressing us out, right? I mean, Miramar still hasn't learned a lesson in terms of taking that garage for themselves. But I think, just like what we have mentioned, this hill right here, or this mountain right here, it witnessed a lot of bloodbath, as almost everyone actually tried to take that area for themselves, but it was just Time to Quick that was successful in defending it, which is the main reason why they were able to break records with 21 total eliminations.
Yeah, it's just absolutely well onto how these teams have been able to defend in such difficult terrain, especially where Yagog Galacticos. And despite that, they don't even get all these huge numbers as compared to TTQ, which we expected more out of the side of YG. But then again, you can see how they've been able to just get those clean angles. Hive International came in a little late to enjoy some of the spoils of the war, while anybody is trying to climb down. Hive International managed to strike them off completely. So this is a top 4 finish for Hive, as this has been a decent record of a run for them so far. While we take a look at that big 21 pointer out there, I believe with this amount of points, they should be ending up at the top 2 spot.
And ooh, this is going to be very exciting by the time that we get to the leaderboards, actually, or the overall rankings, because we're talking about 31 total points, and some teams. I don't really think that everyone has already reached that number. Basing it on the previous matches, I think there were a couple of teams that still has single digits for their scores, and Time to
Mhm.
Quick was able to earn 31 points in just a single match. So that really says a lot about how strong their performance is for this battle. So I hope the streak continues for Time to Quick so that they can get more points and eventually, go up the leaderboards. But so far, I think it has been two straight matches for APG wherein they were very unfortunate, and so that gives other teams a chance to actually catch up to them.
Yeah, now that you mention it, once APG is gone, you have so much a reign over onto the course of the battle. It's all about who actually takes over. And TTQ, they took out 1/3 of the lobby, find themselves surging to the top 2 position with this big fat chicken dinner. YG being pushed down, Ramen Bros weren't exactly allowed to play the game, so they will further slide into that 4th position. KE would also see a chance to also cut into a top 3 position if they get themselves a big game. Esports fairly consistent, marches up to 6 as we see them to be the most improved team of the day.
Definitely. And for what we call the second page, currently PBMS is on rest day, so it's expected that their points wouldn't really be moving. So they have 34 points right now. GOA with 32, Sin with 29, 214 with 28, SX with 26, GFS with 26, RDC with 22, Max with 15, Hive with 15, and BG with 9. Max is also on rest day for today. Same goes for 214 and SX, if I'm not mistaken. So these teams are expected, not to have for further points to actually stop and not have additional points aside from the ones that they were able to earn yesterday. Top 4 teams for this previous match. We have 21 total eliminations for Time to Quick, 6 for GOAT, 6 for Hive, and 5 for GFS. Just proving that it was really Time to Quick that dominated this game, as 21 eliminations is actually equivalent to 5 point something squads getting wiped out just because of that.
Yeah, it's almost equivalent to having 2 chicken dinners with, low elimination points as well. So it's just wow that TTQ has been able to best them all. So we got 2 chicken dinners for Cambodia so far and 2 chicken dinners for Myanmar. We'll see if the rest of the pack can also follow suit. Because up next, we're diving into Miramar. So don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Now we're only down to 2 matches remaining. Thank you for joining us throughout the course of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. Make sure you hit that like as well as subscribe button where you guys are currently watching from, as we will, of course, keep you guys up to date with all the latest news coming in from PUBG Mobile Esports. Now, of course, it is going to be a change of tempo, change of pace as we dive our way into the sunset as we close off the day here with the back-to-back rounds of Miramar. So I would say that, Quintoyo, this is definitely going to be a very healthy reset for majority of the teams that have had such a difficult round for all these matches to be played out inside Erangel. That's done and dusted. Let's get into Miramar.
This is going to be the first Miramar map of the night. We only have 2 each day, and so far APG dominated during day 1, and then The other winner chicken dinner was taken by KE, but it was almost a clutch for APG, if you guys can remember, coming in from yesterday. But let's go ahead and take a look at the flight path, wherein we are starting off at Impala and then ending in the perimeters of Monte Nuevo, which I would say is a pretty decent flight path, considering that this is right at the middle of our map.
Yeah, it's gonna be an easy access to Los Leones. We do notice that a couple of teams love to drop towards that region. Well, I would like to say about Los Leones that it is, for most part, shareable. If it's gonna be two teams, anything more than two teams, they're gonna go for a brawl for sure. As we're already looking at KHI, RTC, and NX to be floating across those terrains, so they can pick their poison and see if they could actually get some early fights going for themselves. Meanwhile, over the center of the pack, Karame Bros is expected to move into Picado. The rest of KE are stretching over onto Chumacera. Now, of course, we've been looking at the leaderboards where things are starting to shift. Not so much so for the side of APG where they deserve to take an early rest, but look at what we have. A potential ending through the mini little islands, but mainly onto Puerto Paraiso and some corners of Los Leones. So it's a good news for those three teams who are moving into Los Leones very early on, but does that also mean that they will just hunker down, keep themselves quiet until the late game phase, or will there be any form of a hunt? Well, Nishiki is already getting himself warmed up to really take on whatever challenges coming up ahead.
Yeah, he already was firing his Uzi, probably just, taking some morning shots right there. We were expecting another early engagement from Key Sports and RTC, but this time around, looks like they're nowhere to be found. So it looks like we will not be seeing that anytime soon. The rest of the squads are quite quiet as well, with the exception, I guess, of BG. That is nearby GFS. We have newbies right here, and he is all alone, but looks like he is ready with all the weapons that he was able to get off of this warehouse. So right now we're basically just waiting to see if they will basically have a meet up and have that early engagement. But so far, those that we are expecting to have the same dropping points are actually nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and overall, look at the current scenario. Now, I also want to highlight this player coming from Goodfellas, newbies. He's not entirely new, where he has played back in one of the PMSLs as well, if I'm not mistaken, under the banner of Crit Esports, which is a Malaysian organization, but of course owned by a Bruneian team or overall. So just look at newbies coming back into action. He's definitely looking to go in for an early altercation. They do have the weapons in hand. So Shalom, can he actually find the angles? He goes for a little bit of a jump. He will expect newbies to be somewhere down these niches. And as he hopefully moves around, he does get the jump once again. Newbies unable to follow suit or respond to that. Wait a minute.
God.
Both of them are down.
Yeah, I think he's the only one right here. I'm not quite sure where his teammates are, but looks like Shalom right here will still be healed up, whereas newbies will actually have to accept his fate that no one came to his rescue. Not sure where the others are, but I can already see vehicles nearby, so it looks like it is his teammates trying to go for that backup, but I feel like it's already too late. Though, as you can see with the vehicles that they have, they were able to get there just in time, but they will have to make sure that they go up against the remaining players of BG. They already thirsted out that one player that got knocked out, which was Shalom. Shaco is now trying to see if they can still heal up, whereas his teammates are right there. And looks like he did not notice that the players of GFS are right here, and so he got knocked out as well. But we still have Master Itchy that was able to provide a quick backup. Unfortunately, on the side of GFS, looks like the other teammates are quite apprehensive as to whether it's time for him to heal up his teammate. He got knocked out in the final match of GFS, which, someone that I couldn't really see nearby.
He's not even part of the mix where, I thought that Yahiko looked a little bit slow approach where he actually found a glimpse. Thank Master Ichi's there. He does get the knock initially from the low ground. And he's just by the edge, and he's being spotted out already by Ichi. and also Yatka at the very same time. So that will be pretty much the end of the line here. The game just got started here inside of stage one. Well, good fellas, they gotta readjust on how they actually approach the hillside overall, since it's been a very early rotation, which we saw newbies get caught onto that scuffle. So, fellas, we're in no position to actually fight back, but Master Ichi absolutely was a vital member to really turn the tides around.
And as you can see, Blanks already came into. Oh, sorry, it was Ryman that came into Blanks' rescue. Looks like the other teams that are on top of this mountain or this rock formation right here are unable to get to where they are. They were able to hide just in time, but Damia's taking a ton of damage. I think that was Fearless, and it was Paul that was able to get him, and looks like he has been taken out. So that's gonna be a minor setback on the side of KHI Esports, as Demius was unsuspecting that there were others around. So his teammate were able to up and then escape after all. It's just so sad that he had to be the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, that's the reason why Miramar is always so challenging, because you got to check every corners of all these terrains where you may just actually chance upon some of these players to be on the outskirts. So KHI, they got tackled with one member out, but there's still a whole lot more to go. TTQ, though, look at the spread. They're also coming across the corner, kind of bunching the rest of KHI into a territory that they do not want to hide out in. Barely enough cover through these water tanks. Well, they do have a compound for themselves. Now, the rest of TTQ, they are over onto the high ground, will be able to at least hold them into place. It'll be a little bit of reset. They will need Blanks to recover his health bars, but they only have bandages to work with. It's still so early, and these teams are moving so fast. I just feel like these guys are just super eager to eventually go for a push eventually, which is why HI expects a little bit more of a swarm of vehicles to be moving into the corner. Starts off with Zuki as well as Gus taking different angles. So Zuki's gotta be careful on where he pokes and prods. He got some grenades pretty much cooked up. They need to find the angles right as he is trying to breach the doorways. Damon swings! Oh, what a catch from Damon!
That's the thing about getting surprised. They were not moving at all. And so Time to Quick did not expect that. And as you can see with that follow-up nade, they're making sure that Zuki will not make it out alive. But looks like KH got to him just in time. And so they were not able to thirst out Zuki right here. Time to Quick making sure that they don't get the chicken dinner curse, because that's always the thing. But Raimon right here with that M249 was able to take a knockout, but he received some damage and return and was tapped by some of the players of Time to Quick, just leaving us with the last two members of KHI. And Damon also got knocked out in the process, just leaving us with Blanks, who has his shotgun right here. Everyone else is low on HP, and everyone else is currently getting picked up by Fearless. And KH right here, as you can see, is trying to put some pressure into KHI so that they won't get to reset anymore. But Blanks made sure to thirst out one guy from Time to Quick to make sure that they would still secure some points.
It's just crazy that these teams are just mauling upon each other. Here comes Fearless Esports, which we saw attacking TTQ when we were going on that reset on the outskirts. Pretty much lock and loaded. The rest of Fearless Esports will see this as a golden opportunity to further weaken both TTQ and some of the members we last saw coming out of the skirmishes. Blanks, though, how much more can he actually hold on to, as there is the rest of the pack now storming right through. Astro X calling the shots. He's got those grenades pretty much cooked up. While we are taking a look at how Fearless approaches this, I don't think that TTQ has got any form of deflates left in the tank, because they utilize all of it to take on the rest of KHI. So it's only that tight little angle for KH to hold still while Blanks, he's gonna be taking on the other shots. Find support. That's gonna be a minute response. Not enough to turst that player down. Quick recovery in terms of response. KHI will be the first to crush out. Oh, that nade! Where was that coming from? KH, he will now turn the final round. He's gonna drop in this Molotov, hoping to actually find a little something. Can he actually find a leap of faith a golden opportunity as there is just about enough time to actually go in for the revival, get support. Pop-Off does get the revive through. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 1. What a turn of events. KH now got to go in for the reload as he will quickly go in. Turns down some of the members if he could. He does get the knock again upon support. Down to 1 versus 1. TTQ, how on earth are they doing this? Pop-Off needs to go in for a reload. This is going to be his perfect opportunity to strike, but he does not swing in a matter of time. Then he will eventually falter. It's Pop-Off to save the day, but that came too close for comfort.
I think he ran out of bullets because he only had 8 left in his UMP. I think that was the main reason why he lost that gunfight. But the challenge for Fearless is far from over as we now have KE just right around the corner. So they're now trying to spot a good angle for them to take out our team Fearless that has just finished resetting. So looks like they were a little bit slow in terms of pushing, which is why they were still able to heal up. But looks like KE has decided to go a different route instead of just waiting it out with our team Fearless. They have decided to take matters into their own hands and go look for a different spot, which I think is a good idea considering that the zone shifted away from them. But Skynin was able to spot Iter X and looks like he has a teammate nearby, so he was still healed up. So looks like we have a possible battle between APG and KE.
Yeah, this is just going to take a while longer as KE knows that this has been just about enough time for Fearless to go in for the grand reset. Else it'll just be hostile takeover once again. And this compound has seen too much blood already. So Fearless Esports, they're counting the lucky stars that they're not getting pushed over just yet. But look at the rest of KE. It seems like they want to go in for a quick reposition because that zone that FRL is holding is no longer within the upcoming phase, which is why that they're willing to just wait until Fearless have to get out of that area of play into getting themselves in a little bit more of leverage. But APG, another early game struggle. They got struck down by the members of Yangon Galacticos. Now on the approach, YG's coming in.
And looks like they have no choice but to bail out, leaving behind those players of APG that got knocked out. And yes, this is an early struggle once again for APG as the streak continues in terms of, a really bad situation. I think the struggle began during the time that I think it's the second match wherein they started struggling. It's really the momentum that has stopped for APG. The rest of the teams are already slowly picking up the pace. And so the points that they have might be closing into APG now that it's been a couple of games that they're barely earning any points. We also have Nang X right here, still trying to spot the players from KE, but looks like he needs to pop off some smoke in order for him to be able to escape. Otherwise, he might get sandwiched by different teams.
Yeah, it really felt like they started off the week with high spirit, and with them getting a little bit more complacent, now you're starting to see a couple of all these mishaps in the rotation. But then again, it's Miramar. It's not always going to be an easy task to be able to get clean rotations off of some of all these areas of play. So won't be, of course, scrutinizing too much out of APG, who's still holding firm onto that number 1 spot. But we saw, based on today's performance, TCQ is already closing in the gap, overtaking some of all these other teams that remain very stagnant. And YG is about to also follow suit. So it's not only APG, I would say the same for Harame Bros, but now moving into Miramar, at least it's been a cleaner run for Harame Bros, still having 4 members. So that's good going. No more garage fights, but speaking of fights here, Astro X, he's in trouble.
He's currently being surrounded right now, and unfortunately that Molly got to him, and that was the end of the line for Astro X right there. KE being very quick in terms of trying to bail out, but we have an entire squad of Fearless that are left, and as you can see, looks like they still managed to survive, knocking out 1 player in the process. I think there are other teams that are surrounding them as well. Ooh, taken by surprise. We have Fearless right there. I thought Ranzer was going to take him out by surprise, but it was the other way around, and Fearless got eliminated because there are a lot of teams that are currently surrounding them. I think GOA was also into the mix. I can also see YG nearby. So it looks like everyone got a piece of our team Fearless, whereas SG right now trying to heal up as Lucy has been taken down, but looks like he has teammates nearby, so they can still go for that reset.
That's right, and just lovely to actually see KE playing it really smart. We talked about them trying to play for that zone, and then knowing for the fact that Fearless Esports have to move out of that early compound, which we saw a lot of bloodshed, and then just have to wait for the right moments. And that push was that perfect timing as well, coming from Fearless Esports, was or should I say, the other way around, where it it just got them pretty much corralled into a very tight situation where KE took advantage of. Koopa, though, now gets another drop. This is against Clay Jr., whichever you guys want to name it. Because, like, I've been looking at the name, like, do I just call it Clay because he put capital on both K as well as L? I guess, like, we got to talk to the player to really find out since we got no clue. But we'll stick to Clay, I guess. Easier to roll off the tongue. While the rest of Yangon Galacticos looking to be very steady, now challenging the rest of KE. They're on the far side, just by the edge of the zone. So I don't think that is really the smartest of decision to reveal yourself so early on, because there's still a long rotation up ahead for Yangon Galacticos.
That's true. 12 teams left with 39 players still alive. I can say that we still have a lot of teams that has a shot in terms of getting the winner chicken dinner, though we can see that there are a couple of teams that already lost 1 or 2 players. I mean, it's still possible for them. We've seen it before. There were a couple of clutches, even though a team gets eliminated, or some of the players of a team gets eliminated early on. But anyway, so far we have SG right here. Quite surprised that the spot that they decided to take already has YG territory. But we still have Claire right here. And as you can see, he's waiting for the perfect timing for him to be able to spot out Murnat Boy. Since Murnat Boy is actually quite focused on where Koopa is. Say Cloud already received a ton of, well, it's not really a damage, but most likely the vehicle got damaged right there. And so Claire is now trying to bail out, trying to look for a different route to get inside of the zone, but Murnat Boy is really adamant on taking him down. It's a good thing that he has a good ridge control, and so they were able to get to the warehouse. Unfortunately, the spot that they decided to take has a PG.
Oh, Claire driving by, he does not notice that Skynet's just hugging by this corner of the crate. I think he might have actually gotten the clue because there's a TPP view. Oh, he didn't check? Oh, that was a close call.
He did not know.
Every APG member is hiding in somewhere very cheeky. What's really going on here? Okay.
I think they're trying to protect the numbers that they have left, since there are only 2 players left right there, so everyone's just proning.
Yeah, probably that's going to be the case. Claire now receives a little bit of a grenade coming from that GOA member. Oh, he spots out Skyden! Oh, it's Dang-X! Absolutely prepared. Perhaps that was the cue to call Dang. Somehow gets that freebie. But the rest of YG, now they know he's currently right down into this tiny little spot. At least he gets a little bit of lullaby so he doesn't feel too lonely about it. But of course, Dang-X now has to reposition. He takes an even better angle. What?
Oh my
Ridiculous stuff, but I'm loving it.
I mean, I think patience really is the key sometimes, because they really didn't make a peep right there. I mean, even Dang-X was very, very quiet when SG entered the area. I did not know that you can do this while riding the vehicle. I thought that there were certain areas where you had to repair the vehicle, but anyway, another learning for today. On the other hand, we have Koopa that was forced out of his vehicle, since we have a lot of the players from YG trying to shoot towards him. Getting ready with that nade, since we have 1 player from GOA, but with that shotgun right there, he tried to fight them off. Unfortunately, there was just too many of them, and so SG is now out of the game, and they bagged 2 elimination points. But Pacquiao getting ready with that nade, and as you can see, they're trying to exchange nades right now. Romeo Boy about to bleed out, but he was able to heal up just in time. Another set of nades being thrown by GOA, whereas Say Cloud is trying to go for the cover as there are other teams nearby.
It's definitely going to be a tough fight for PMCL, while the rest of YG, they surgically achieve some of all these areas of play by taking the spine of this hillside. You can see a very confident 2-2 split that is very widespread at this very moment. Burnett understands that there is still one lurker right down below. He's just going to be able to phase check right now with a little bit of confidence that his teammates will be backing him up. While they manage to catch one member off the side of Go Esports. On the other side, Red gets 2 guys, so teams are basically tagging out the rest of Go Esports.
Ooh, and YG still going at it with all those other teams right here. Whereas Sin clearly struggling in between different teams, currently being sandwiched by Hive. And looks like Hive is kind of prepared for this battle as he has a lot of nades that eventually ended the lives of Sin. And so another team has been wiped out. We also have 10 remaining teams with 29 players still to go, but looks like we are another team down as GOA has been eliminated. That was a very quick reflex coming from Master Smile, as we did not really expect that someone was hiding from that buggy. We have BG that has been eliminated as well, so it looks like it's a very quick wipe for a majority of the teams. But if we take a look at the circle, ooh, looks like APG is out of the game too.
Oh, wow. Once again, this is going to be up for the taking, but right at this very moment, Yangon Galacticos are looking to be activated. With the biggest transfer to be able to reap all these rewards, Master Smile leaves no stone unturned. Takes out Pacquiao. Not exactly the legendary boxer coming from the Philippines, but it comes close, right? He did pack a punch.
Yeah.
He did actually do a little bit of damage in this game, so Pacquiao, I think like he's definitely been respectful. Oh, he found a little bit of horsey right there. WTZ. Now, I have a big question. Are horses destructible in any sort of sense? I don't think so.
I was
right?
actually about to ask that because I don't know the answer to that too, and that made me question as to whether it's destructible because it's just right out in the open. But anyway, ooh, well, 7 teams left, as you can see, with 24 players still alive. Red right here. I'm not quite sure if he's down. Oh, looks like he was just trying to heal up. We also have the rest of the players from GOAT. 3 players left, as you can see, and looks like they have just found their way inside of the zone. Whereas we still have a couple of teams struggling outside. Looks like they will have to basically clear out the teams right in front of them for them to be able to get in safely. Not quite sure as to which team it was, but oh, I think it's YG that has just joined the party as to where GOAT is, but looks like there are other teams here as well. Harami Bro, earlier I saw them right in the middle of the zone. We have Hive still trying to inflict damage against our team GOAT.
This is a little bit of a tax all around. Burnet's got just about enough cover to hold out up against the rest of Go Esports. They're in the same predicament, as you can see that they're just wrapping by the edge of the zone. Once it does close out, the whole entire area in the center is going to be wrapped around with some of the members of KE, which is why they're giving a little bit of space of respect. Good survivability coming from MX, but they will crash out at 7th spot. Few elimination points to book out, not too shabby. As a matter of fact, most of these players have gotten very involved in Miramar. That's what you get when you have just about enough spacing to play out, while the rest of Go Esports still needing to go in for the pickup. The knock has fallen right through. Stay Cloud keeping his eyes very closely onto these GOAT members, while I'm wondering what exactly will Master DTK will be able to pull off from this corner. We'll have to go through Master Smile. These 2 masters, we'll see who is the bigger master after all. But look at Master DTK. He's all alone inside of that compound. So I would say that there's all too much of a reprieve, even despite KE taking majority of that region. Eventually, there's still going to be plenty of space that can be played out. I'm also liking the position coming in from the rest of the members of Hive, while there is Nishiki being the sole survivor for RTC, hoping to make the cut into the top 5.
And some of them are just probably crawling their way inside of the zone. YG still going up against KE, but Master D2K, as you can see, goes down. Another one is also getting challenged right here through the smoke. They've been trying to target one another, but looks like it's KE that is currently being pinned down through this one house right here. There's only one player left, but YG is also getting attacked from different angles. But KE is now out of the game, leaving us at 5 teams. But YG is currently unstoppable with all those 10 eliminations that they were able to get. Unfortunately, that one player from RTC has been eliminated as well, leaving us with the top 4 teams. Looks like this is a battle between Myanmar and the Philippines.
Yeah, at least RTC Match is just squeezed into the top 5 once Kill Enemy has been wiped away by the aggressiveness being displayed by the Yangon Galacticos. Ryder now got that knock over on the Master Smile. Great recovery and cover fire coming from Cloud to be able to suppress that. Jipna actually stole the point away as he eliminates Master Smile. Wow. It's trades all around Jipna and the rest of Hawaii Bros. They were laying dormant, laying quiet. They managed to pick up a lot of all these straggling units, already backed themselves 5 points as they're getting themselves ready to party in the final zone, where perhaps the biggest challenges out here will be Hive International, but they got problems of their own, dealing with maybe 007.
Ooh, and looks like our Hive is just taking advantage of the ridge that they have, including the smokes, in order for them to conceal some angles and not be seen by everyone else. YG, they were already able to spot that player from GOAT. Unfortunately, they're also being spotted by other teams as well. GOAT is already out of the game, and as you can see, we only have 2 remaining players left on the side of YG, and we already have a Hive circling around them, looking for that great spot so that they can find the remaining players of YG. But Jibna was able to take down Dale, and looks like we have the high ground advantage on the side of Bro, where they have really good weaponry like this Mini 14 with an 8x scope.
Yeah, just beautiful angles for Dale to work things out. Is still horrible. I actually gotta say that Dale, of course, getting knocked out, but of course, the rest of Hawaii Bros, they can take it as slow as they want it to be. Romeo Boy and the rest of YG try to save these vehicles into the next zone. Gotta quickly recover. Stage 8 is going to hurt a whole lot, while Cloud is just scraping by, waiting for the rest of Hive International to start to take on this fight. So Romeo Boy does spot on the members of Rami Bros. Of course, it's easy to spot to know that they are through that sector where they have that compound to hold out. While slowly but surely, we're looking at Hive International to be making a splash as they have Claude looking over on to the members of Haram Bros. Nathan does get the shred upon these members of Yangon Galacticos, so it is a very tight squeeze. The rest of YG, they are looking to seal the deal, but it's gonna be 7-6-2 that wipes the floor clean.
Ooh, and with the 3 remaining players that we have from Hive, looks like they're still struggling to defend themselves given the angle that Bro was able to get. But as you can see, Jimna was able to spot another one right there. Looks like they have no idea at all as to where the shots are coming from. And so another one bites the dust on the side of Hive, whereas Dale and Red right here has been spotted as well. Nathan taking a good angle from the western side of our team Hive. And as you can see, Nathan is still holding on to his position right here, whereas Jibna is really providing the information and at the same time inflicting a ton of damage from the players of Hive. This is a really good angle that is currently being held onto by Jibna. Another one goes down courtesy of him, though Jappy goes down as well, and so they will have to be very quick in wiping out Hive, otherwise they might turn things around.
Yeah, Jibna's got that god angle. It's all down to Dale right now. The last surviving member, as he tries to trade right back. He spots out Jappy. Also good for the range at the very same time. Giving a little cover fire. It's going to be a raid there, trying to keep themselves afloat. Managed to go for the save, but here comes the Molotov, dropping very close. But no cigar just yet. The pickup will fall true. 762 is back on track. These Molotovs are not within the range. I believe some frag grenades have been all dispensed by the rest of Harami Bros. Slowly closing the distance. Now they have to slowly and surgically remove these members coming in from Hive International. Now they will try to respond. They do have those big nades to be lopped right in. Red currently stuck inside of the shack. There's nowhere for him to actually run, but he can still turn in. The rest of the members will have to give him a little bit more backing, as he is going to be the prime target right now for Harame Bros. Very tight squeeze, and I'm wondering if Harame Bros, are they going to try to close the distance? Eventually, Jappy does find the angle. Now spots on 762. What's it going to be? And oh my word! Welcome back, Harame Bros, as they recover here in match 5.
Really good match and really good takedown coming from Harame Bro. Another winner with a chicken dinner for them. So this is going to be their second for the week. So sometimes they say that the comeback is greater than the setback, and looks like Harame Bro is proving that they're still in the game. So let us see as to whether the points are sufficient for them to climb up once again, because based on the previous match, they were pushed down to top 4.
Yeah, it's great that they managed to also fix the issue of the early game scuffles that they had. And wow, Chipnut, just look at the immense damage from the angles that he's gotten with that Mini 14 and ADEX scope. So that to be said, I would say it's just pure team effort, where you saw Jappy, Range, and Nathan being on the front lines to be able to also quickly take out whatever targets close by. And you saw it was a masterclass of tactics that they are displaying to us just by playing through the high ground, where all the other teams were just struggling to get by the edge. So they got that perfect view to slowly tag up to everybody else, and that's how Harame Bros have been faithfully rewarded after all the trials and errors that they had for today.
10 eliminations for Harame Bro plus 10 for the winner chicken dinner gives them 20 points for this match. So again, obviously some of the teams would be pushed down once more, as there were a couple of teams that got eliminated early, and just like what we have mentioned earlier, majority of the scores are still close to one another, with the exception of APG. Unfortunately, with the run of APG right now, it has been how many matches already that they have been eliminated early with little to no points at all. And so I think the distance between the points that they have would slowly be bridged by the other team. So I think Harame Bro might end up in the second spot once more, or third, because Time to Quick was eliminated fairly early for this match.
Yeah, we saw even big surprises coming from APG, hiding into very, very peculiar spots of the map. But of course, sometimes when you're desperate enough, you gotta find anything that you could actually work with, and APG did manage to at least pull a couple of points out there. KE, they got the direct zone, but they were eventually challenged by the members of Yangon Galacticos, and first that actually puts them into a really nice area of play, but it wasn't enough for them to actually hold out, while Hive International solely scraped from the back of the hillside to find a top 2 finish. But Harame Bros now find a 20-pointer chicken dinner to close out this 5th match of the evening. While you take a look at the rest of the pack, it's been a very aggressive lobby, I would say. 15 points in for not only Hive, but also YG, 6 for the likes of KE, 5 each for BG and FRL, not forgetting Go Esports, who's gotten those 4-pointers.
Ooh, looks like this really is a game for everyone. I mean this day rather. We still don't have any specific team that has gotten to winner chicken dinners. Every game has been taken by different teams, so that basically gives us a really good storyline for the second week. I mean, I thought for sure that it was APG that would keep on dominating, since they really had a lot of winner chicken dinners on their plates, but I guess the other teams had to step up, which is really good. And taking a look at the overall rankings right now, still leading the pack, we have APG with 138 total points, followed by Harame Bro. That was able to push down Time to Quick and YG with 95, Time to Quick and YG with 93 points respectively, KE with 67, Go to 56, and I was not able to check out the other ones, but I think the main point here is that APG, even with all the number of matches for today that they weren't really able to earn a lot of points, they still managed to stay on top because of the good run that they had yesterday.
Yeah, true enough. And also, it's a big comeback performance coming in from Harame Bros. They were pushed to number 4. Now they reclaim their number 2 position, but the points are really close to each other. Of course, it's been a little bit of a tough run for some of the list of names coming into the second page, but we still see a decent effort where Hive International started it off very slowly and now find those big numbers on the second place finish and 9 elimination points. So this is definitely going to supplement them to be able to eventually overtake certain teams who are not really finding any form of momentum for the entire course of the evening.
One more match to go. There's still a lot for us to watch out for. I mean, I'm still waiting to see if there will be another team that will be getting more than one chicken dinner for tonight. But our MVP is Bro Gymna with 5 eliminations, a ton of damage, 1,139, 116 damage taken, a survival time of 28 minutes and 41 seconds, and 31% team contribution. Just like what you said earlier, he has a god angle. And if we take a look at the damage distribution, he was able to take home 31%, which I believe is really instrumental in knocking down those enemies that were just right in front of them.
Absolutely. And of course, now we only have one more map remaining. We'll see who will be the biggest victors of it all here in Miramar. Well, Harame Blows have put the Filipino flag up here onto the list. So that's definitely great, as we will see if it's going to be another PH win to tie up the loose ends with double wins from Cambodia as well as Myanmar. So who knows? We might just be Harame Bros yet again. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you the last match of the night. Welcome back on board. This is going to be the final matchup of the evening as we found a big chicken dinner to be rewarded handsomely to Harame Bros, who have finally gotten on the right notes where they had definitely shown struggles on Erangel. Miramar seems to be the place that they found themselves a little bit of reprieve with enough spacing given to the team. They found their glory. We're looking at other teams to be following suit as this final match will be crucial to see whether if it's going to be Harame Bros to still hold still on that number 2 spot, or could it be TTQ or even Yangon Galacticos. So it's about time we find out on who is poised to take the lead. Let's get it on. True enough, and you know, just look at the current flight path, it will be pretty much reachable on whatever destination that they would like to actually stretch towards. Maybe Ruins is a little bit of a long shot, which who even goes to Ruins anyways, right? So, of course, other teams will be looking into getting themselves some really good area. It's definitely interesting to also see that Gold Esports, they could be in the center of multiple teams if they were forced to rotate into the center. So they got to watch their backs for Fearless Esports, who will be taking a long wrap around But the good news is they're just by the edge of the zone where plenty of areas possible to be played out. Creative Fields, El Pozo, El Power Grid are some of the few notable names out there, so they can have their options being picked out. Hive International turn the other way around, noticing that YG has already taken claims of the area. So just receiving all this information to relay is just about as good enough for Hive to work things out. True enough. And now looking at the overall leaderboard, right? Who do you think has the most amount of work that they need to actually reach the target for a top 16 grand finals? When we take a look at maybe the ones at the bottom half of this table right now, who's playing today, who's currently at stake of crashing out. If you look at the comparison of week one standings as well as week two, because right now BG definitely doesn't want to be all the way down at the bottom. Haven't really had a good run throughout today, other than one of these matches where they found high elimination points. But they definitely have to work on their positioning to get into that late game skirmish. What do you think about RTC? Like last week, I think they were still somewhere on the second half of the page, but at least they are getting quite a significant amount of points throughout their run. Mm-hmm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they better be, or else Reem Angkor, he's just gonna be, of course, yeah, he's currently casting together with Stalker. Like, me and Stalker go way back because so on the days where he was playing as a pro player, yeah, I met him up back in the PMCO run where, of course, he had that miraculous journey with the rest of Orange Esports. Even before that, he was playing in a team called Talk. After he left Talk, things were just looking to be on the up and up for Orange Esports. Just of course a little bit of throwback, and they were the ones who were the beacon of hope when the PMCL used to be called as the C wildcards, right? And with that crazy performance of them always making the cut to the international stages, just by the edge of it, has really given all these hopes coming in for the entire region of then C wildcards to now have such a great league running for the entire region overall, which, to call them wild cards is just a little bit too, undermining, which, they definitely have shown up that even for the past couple of seasons when Genesis Esports were around, or even some of all these big names like Yangon Galacticos who have always shown up, and of course, not forgetting Karami Bros, they have always put in some really good results coming into international circuits and even in EWC. Sure, we can say that Harame Bros didn't really have the best of run, but it hasn't been too many global experiences that they've gotten. But give them enough time, give them enough space, you might actually see one day, once again, this region thrive once more.
And as you can see, looks like we are not yet done here. We still have RTC one getting knocked out in the process. Damon will probably try to see if he can outsmart them. But looks like we have an early engagement once again between Bro and Hive, where Jappy got the first blood against that player from Hive. Red here is now trying to bail out. You can see that his teammates is right around the corner. 762 looks like he's having a difficult time. It looks like he has been taken out as well. That was a really good start for the Miramar match of Hive earlier today, but unfortunately, it's Bro that they will have to face for this second Miramar match of the night. So it looks like it's taking toll on their performance since there are only two players left. But here, a long-standing waiting game between RTC and KHI Esports. We're in. Looks like we were already able to see that one player of RTC is already eliminated. So this already gives KHI Esports an advantage. But we can also see that RTC is just staying in, probably just or two of them at least is just staying in one room and making sure that they guard all angles so that Key Esports will not be able to penetrate their defense.
Sure enough, and it's definitely going to be an interesting battle that will take place around these hillside. Still plenty of wiggle room where it's been undecided whether it goes to crater, water treatment, power grid. It could go into either or one of these corners, which will result in these teams needing to go ahead to take even a longer rotation. But you can already tell that a lot of the space around these high hills have already been occupied. So it's not going to be an easy task, even despite this being stage 1. So the setups are looking rather clean. Of course, we had that earlier fight, which we saw Hive International actually losing a couple of members. Other than that, just straggling units getting caught out, such as the ones that we saw coming from RTC. But for now, we'll take a look into what NX is cooking up as they are moving in from the far south. There's going to be ample area for them to cover and seek refuge inside of Picado. RTC back in action once again, still not wrapping the fight inside Los Donis. Sure, it's stage 1, but it's about to turn to stage 2 where they will start to bleed even more the longer they stay. So this fight needs to be concluded. KHI now going on the aggression on the low ground, trying to push right through the rest of RTC. Still turning right in as they're looking for the right opportunity to eventually toss in maybe a couple of grenades. Oh, what a push! Perfect timing onto Ken. Has to eliminate one, but there will be a fight over on the corner. David does not get to go in to last much longer. Labo strikes in the nick of time, swings out with the M249, and RTC looking to win out this duel. It's gonna take a while, but Labo crashes out. What on earth are we witnessing, Dimios? That almost looked illegal.
My gosh, unfortunately, Blanks had to be sacrificed, but that was a really good run. I thought that RTC will be able to turn things around, but looks like through Demius, everyone got eliminated. But as you can see here on this portion of the map, we have Fearless going up against GFS, where they're currently being sprayed down right now. GOA taking a knockout on the side of Goat this time around, but looks like he was eliminated after all, since he probably did not know that the rest of the Goat squad is actually right here in this area. We can see Jibna already trying to make moves using his Mini 14, and unfortunately some of the players of KHI Esports are getting knocked outside of the zone because, again, if we have noticed, they were in a long-standing battle between RTC, where everyone else in RTC got eliminated, and it was Demis that was instrumental in making sure that everyone else from RTC gets wiped out.
Yeah, that was an epic fight, to be honest. Like, RTC cutting it super closely. Labo, he's just by the corner of the wall, and that wide swing came in that perfect timing. Emios, he landed that double knock, and they were already withering out. So currently, the trouble for KHI is that they need to get by. They're still not really showing themselves into the zone just yet. So I really do worry if they do have just about enough Mets, but attacks coming over on the corner of Sade Cloud. Well, they try to approach the rest of Harami Bros. They're trying to take the center of this region of play, as this circle has brought majority of these teams over onto Crater Fields as well as La Cabrera. So high ground terrain is absolutely important for them to actually hold out to get whatever advantages. YG, they don't really have the high grounds, but what they do have is the whole region of La Cabrera up for grabs. So they can quickly reposition, find a couple of dip to be able to just hunker down for the moment. So we expect them to be able to just hold for the meantime. While Harami Bros, strong start, 3 points already to kick off the round.
And yes, I mean, it's still too early for them to be earning points, and yet they already managed to do so. But there are also other sets of teams that we're already able to do that. I mean, Key Esports is able to earn points. However, being outside of the zone, I guess, is really a challenging part for them. But with the 4 eliminations that they have, I think they're off to a good start since last week they ended up top 20. So if they did not really do well for the previous matches, when you asked me earlier as to who I think
Mm.
would not make the cut, it would probably be Key Esports. But as you can see, they've been very aggressive. So far, they're good when it comes to the placement points too. So I guess they already got their rhythm here in the second week. Let's just see if it's going to be consistent. But then, ooh, MV is about to be taken down very low on HB right now. But his teammates made sure that they were going to cover for him until they were not successful in knocking him out. But looks like it's not yet safe on the side of Sin, as there are other teams as well nearby. It looks like we have Ro that's still shooting towards them, and one player from Fearless has been knocked out as well. Wrong turn, as we say in the Philippines. He did not notice that there was someone right there.
Yeah, that convoy absolutely paid off. It does eliminate Astro X in esports now. Corral the whole party to be taking on that lower ground. Rams are still peppering some sprays over the corner. Astro hasn't been eliminated just yet, but if they can win out the duel, perhaps they'll be able to save their fellow brother over on that corner. But I would say the chances are pretty slim. But for some reason, Astro is being left to dry out in the open. They have not touched it just yet because they are just trying to get themselves covered for now. The rest of Sin Esports noticing that there's also tags coming in from the side of Harame Bros. This is not going to be all too clear cut for them to eventually move out to take on the fight against FRL. Now, it's going to be a little bit of a slow movement coming in from NX. They already got themselves to region of the circle, but Anchor PUBG is very close by, and you definitely don't want to deal with Skyden. So far, he has been an exceptional player for many seasons now, and now being the backbone of APG, we're just going to see if he's going to be able to lead APG to another grand victory. Not that they actually need it, they still have plenty of points to actually hold on to that number one spot, whether if they slip up or not. I feel like some of these rounds, perhaps APG was trying something new, or also trying to work out the same sort of formulas to see if there's anything that they need to adjust. Thankfully, that flip did not see that vehicle overturn, but Ranzer playing with fire here, driving through the trap being set up by the side of Sid Esports, while the rest of FRL giving it a little bit cover. So Popov just gonna keep them a little bit busy for now, while Cool getting tagged out by a member of Harame Bros. We'll finally see the shift of the zone, where we'll see migrations taking effect, but where exactly does it go to? Ooh, another shot fired. It's not too far off. It's still centered around the region where YG is currently holding out. But look at that widespread. It's only Cloud as well as Murnat left. I don't think they can hold on for far too long.
And as you can see, we have SG. Looks like they have found a way to get inside the zone and making sure that no one's right in front of them. But based on what we can see right now, looks like there's one squad that's right below them. And so right now, they're looking for a way to be able to penetrate their defense and at the same time make sure that entering the zone would not compromise their safety. So NX is right here in this area. They just arrived just in time, I guess. But we have other teams nearby that are already positioned in this area and they're already shooting towards NX. Goat, on the other hand, as you can see, Bunny currently being shot at right now. Same goes for the other members of GOAT. GOA is doing the damage against them, but Bunny crashes on to where YG is, was able to knock out one player right there. And as you can see, looks like he is getting knocked out in the process too, courtesy of our team YG that was just right around the corner waiting for an opening. Maybe 007 is right here. And as you can see, he is trying to look for some angles right there, but was unsuccessful. And that's ultimately because of the players that were left for YG, which were Romeo Boy and Cloud.
Yeah, a little rush coming right through. Yangon Galacticos managing to lick their wounds as well, despite only losing one member. They should be able to still hold still as they've managed to eventually reconvene. We initially saw them going for a very wide split angle. Now it's going to be SG's turn. They dive down the hill. Claire, does he survive? Yes, he can. He swerves the other way around to wrap around the hillside. Now they have to eventually challenge the rest of Harame Bros. Just a little bit of leverage there, Jipna. again with the Mini 14 8x scope setup, has always been so on point. Locking mix in place. Not sure if he does have vehicles to actually book out. He's being left to dry, and I think that there is a chance that he does have a vehicle somewhere in the back for him to take that leap of faith to rejoin the rest of SG. Koopa, Lucy, Claire. It's just gonna be able to go in for a wraparound. This PH Duke out will definitely be very interesting, especially with SG eventually taking the high ground. But you can see that Harame Bros, they're ready for whatever fight that may come. While the rest of Goodfellas, they cut right through. The Bruneians are looking for a place to call home. They crash right into the warehouse, and they might actually suspect there is somebody around. The nades are cooked up for the side of Jeffrey. He does lob it a little wide, but he does the work perfectly, knocking 2 members down from Goodfellas upon arrival.
That was a really good timing on the side of GOA that GFS did not really expect that or did not see that coming. And as you can see, they were able to take those 2 points all for themselves. Whereas here on this other end, we have SG going up against Pro. Another PH versus PH match right here. Range heavily damaged and ultimately knocked out, not by SG, but by NX, who was also just watching them from afar. So right now we can see different teams in this specific area where it's actually majority of PH teams. You have Bro, Sin, SG, and then NX is just right around the corner too. So it looks like majority of the teams are in the southern portion of the map, and with the shift of the circle, they will all have to go north.
Yeah, speaking of playing north, it's going to be TCQ that does dominate the north as well as the eastern corner of the map. They are definitely taking all these angles while teams are taking fights. What an angle from WTZ! That door was still shut, but there was just small little creases. He gets a headshot through the doors. Incredible. Okay, as the fight continues, we do see Harame Bros getting a little bit of a tough situation. Tags are being set along their corner of the map. Ranzer, he's going to be hiding out. It's really down to Master EG. I think that they do know that there is going to be someone around this facility. They take a closer look. It's going to be attacks from the outskirts from Itchy to secure it alongside with Yatka.
Unfortunately, he was just trying to hide out there, but he has been spotted, and this time around we have Sin versus Bro. FB going down, Rankid being heavily damaged, and Joppy going in for that push. So let's see what will happen here, but looks like he has decided to thirst him out, securing additional points for the team, but Rankid is just right here, and he is just waiting for that perfect opportunity, but looks like he will be bailing out as well. Joppy just make sure to replenish his lost HP. Rankid trying to get away from the scene, but has been ultimately spotted by Jibna right there, and looks like he has been thirsted out as well, leaving us with the final 2 members of Sin that are in the other end, where we have a small compound right here. It looks like Bro is already on the move to make sure that they take out each one of the members of Sin. But it looks like they're also after SG as well. So it looks like this is a multitasking type of situation for our Harame Bro.
Wow, that's just crazy that they really have to go on the haul. And now it's going to be Damon catching a little fire, or should I even say, it's not going to be all too safe for WTZ as well. They both need to replenish their health bars. Gus finds the angle, gets the knock over onto the member of BEG, where we see Exit just joining into the mix as well. WTZ Match going for the restock. Well, it's going to be a close being cleared out, but take a look at that corner of the map. Southwest, plenty of teams bunch up all together where they're fighting for a tooth and nail to even create a little room for themselves. Speaking of which, they've been getting a little bit hasty. It's going to be a charge coming in through. Oh, very close call from WTZ. He still has that grenade. He's waiting for a push. He's got that DP just up and ready. Now, signal warning. It's going to be a little bit of bait and switch, and it's all about finding the time. He's cooking up that grenade. Is he going to find the angles? I think he heard the cock of the grenade and quickly swerves away. And finally, he finds the angle. What a push coming out of King WTZ. That was a perfect 1v1 duel that we get to witness to close off this night.
I mean, that was really complicated. I mean, you wouldn't have known as who would get that, because Damon is also very aggressive. in his own right. But anyway, as you can see, we still have a lot of teams left, and majority of them are situated in the southern portion of the map. Hive goes out of the game, leaving us with just 10 teams left. But with Sin Wako right here, as you can see, our Harami Bro is already pinning him down. We still have Rojapi and Nathan cooking up that nade, but it did not really affect him in any way. Cool is already down on that other side. Wako still not moving, but he was forced to since another nade has been thrown. He's also trying to cook some nades of his own. Unfortunately, he noticed that there was some cover right there, and two players from Harami Bro already made sure that he was not gonna get anyone from their team, and so two of them has decided to push, and that is the end of the line for our Sin.
Yeah, it definitely took a long battle between these two sides, and of course, wrapping things up, I still think that Sin definitely put up a really good showing. Just that there's still plenty of teams surviving into this run so far. TTQ, they took the high ground. Flamer Tova is just holding over onto whatever space that he has to keep GOA alive. Nathan now hunting out for Lucy. Lucy trying to actually get this battle done. Gets a little tackle bar on the side of Nathan. Nathan does get a little bit of cut across. He's falling really low, but there is still the cover fire coming from Jappy. Jappy has always been the savior of the team.
Ooh, and as you can see, majority of the teams that are left are those that are on top of the leaderboards right now. And Zuki is down. Bro was able to heal up just in time. Looks like they want to keep the numbers intact, and so far they already have 9 eliminations to their name, and looks like they're still hungry for more. Zuki unfortunately is down, and since Gus is too far from where he is, looks like they're going to have a very difficult time reviving him. And as you can see, looks like Gus doesn't want to give this position up, but he has to be very careful, because if he overextends and if he gets knocked out, then he might not get revived anymore. APG still here inside of our game, and looks like they're just being very careful of our time to quit, because they are the ones with a height advantage, and so just in case it's actually time to quit, that would be able to penetrate their defense.
Yeah, he's gonna go in for the rescue to revive Zuki, but here comes the push coming from Ferg. They know that there's only 2 members left. They already tacked out the rest of it. Gus has to fight back. He brings out the M249. Not enough time to even go for revival. Zuki crashes out, and now Fern found himself in a dangerous spot. The rest of YG has drawn the attention over on this hillside. Ferg now takes over this area to play, and just take a look at how APG is just dominating that north side, solely wrapping around these corners, and now gets the bird's eye vision all over onto the rest of the field. The rest of YG also trying to maneuver, and it's gonna be a big gate crash coming in from the side of Barry's goals, but it will still be Jappy to hold down the fortress. It's all down to Jappy right now. The Blues are chipping over on Liliaka. 1 HP left. He does get the tag.
Nice.
Double kill as he's going to look for an entire squad wipe, but he's got to keep himself alive. Yaka right now limping. Where is the other member he's trying to look out for? Now it's going to be good enough for Jappy to once again save the day for Harami Bros.
And with that 7 elimination that he was able to secure, I mean, that's a lot for someone, or for a solo kill. But so far, I think they were already able to secure 11. Jappy still going at it with his teammate in order for them to make sure that he can still heal Jibna up, which was the MVP for the previous match. Looks like our BG is slowly getting out of the game, since we only have 1 player left that had to bail out because everyone else were getting knocked out by Harami Bro. But APG has a good zone control right now, but looks like they will have to give up this position right now, or this high grounds that they have, since the zone actually ended up being here in the side of YG and KE. So it looks like the YG and KE would have the
Well, Quintelio, it seems like I kind of lost your mic right there.
Oh,
Didn't mean to cut you off.
I sorry, it was lagging. It's okay now. It's okay now.
Yep, you're back. Thank goodness. I thought I lost you for a moment, but of course, we still got this show on their way. Our 5 teams remaining in the center of the area is going to be KE to really hold it out. Yangon Galacticos, they found themselves that crate to restock on that weaponry. Now we got ourselves a really strong roster of teams to duke it all out. BG only left with one. Jipna, once again, with his long-range tags, he does find that member of APG. Stuck over the back end. Jappy now looks for Skynet, and he does get the knock. Oh my goodness, Jappy has been insane today. He's already on 8 points on this gentleman, and he's definitely looking for a whole lot more. Shots now fired over the side of Jappy. He's got to keep himself alive. So far, it's going to be Nathan that does give a little bit more backing coming in from the long-range angles. But Bernat, he went in for a restock. It's going to be a little bit of a tricky task for Bros to even come across. Stage 7 is going to draw to a close, and this compound is the place to be. So, KE, they're waiting for their right opportunity to eventually get involved.
When we are down to the last 3 teams, where, just like what you have mentioned, it's actually quite difficult for Bro to actually go across from where YG and KE are, and like right now with the shift of the circle, looks like they will be forced to go out of the hiding, since right now they're just using the ridges in order for them to be able to cover themselves. We have Nathan that's he was actually left behind in order for him to provide information to his teammates and at the same time be able to cover for them. But looks like it's quite impossible for them to be in the same compound as where the other teams are, and unfortunately they are now currently being bombarded with a lot of nades, where Jappy is now heavily damaged, and a lot of nades are still being seen right here. It's nades after nades after nades, and it's like a makeshift red zone out of here.
You can see the reason why KE is just so fixated onto Harame Bros is that if they were to try to pick on the rest of YG, then the rest of Harame Bros are allowed to enter into the fight. So they're definitely keeping them at bay, and Bernat's also pretty interested onto what's really going on, but he doesn't really have those angles. Yangon Galacticos, 3 members, while the rest of KE, they are feeling absolutely confident that they can close out this fight. YG as well as KE, whoever wins the chicken dinner here will be able to overtake. And as a matter of fact, now these top 3 teams remain. It's a battle for that second position where they are challenging up against Harame Bros to negate them from getting more of these points. But so long as you're in the top 3, it's really down to those numbers. And Harame Bros, they got plenty of numbers. So long as Jappy is still around, I'm pretty sure that he's able to actually attack a few more players right through. But now, circumstances is that Jappy and Jipna, they have to make their way across. So what's going to be the verdict here? The zone now closing in. They got to make a move. And these nades need to be sublime in order for them to make the cut.
Yeah, but the nade that he threw actually went back to them, which damaged his teammate. But Jappy taking yet another splash damage coming from Kaya right here. Looks like they're running out of nades, and so they're using mollies instead. But looks like the throw was far off from where the Harame Bros are, and so they're actually unable to basically get the right positioning of these teams. But another nade has been thrown this time around. It's actually YG that is pinning down KE. Looks like Mernat Boy is really instrumental in making sure that they take down KE. But looks like KE is currently being sandwiched as of this very moment. But wrong push coming in from the side of Bro, because they did not know that we have Mernat Boy right around the corner, just making sure that they go on that third party.
Kind of lost you again, my friend. Well, we will continue with the battle here. Jappy somehow still stays afloat. Those big nades are primed right in, and Jappy's got to tank Yangon Galacticos, and it's his time to shine, but not quite enough. Bernat shuts him down completely. The rest of KE too fixated on Harame Bros, and that will be to their own demise, as here comes Romeo Boy swarming right through. Yangon Galacticos crushes their competition to secure the final chicken dinner of the night.
Right, and I am back. I'm sorry, I was lagging so bad. I'm sorry I missed that final circle, but definitely a good run for YG, as I think their strategy of trying to pin down KE was really, really effective, and the positioning of Mernat Boy was really good, to the point that Harame Bro was taken by surprise by the time that they tried to cross towards where KE was, and that was a really smooth execution for them, which awarded them the winner chicken dinner. Though let's wait and see as to how many points they were able to earn for the eliminations, because 10 points is already secured. But with the winner winner chicken dinner team stats that we have. Looks like they were able to get 11 in total. 5 for Romeo, 3 for Say Cloud, 3 for Mernut Boy. Unfortunately, I think Smile got eliminated a little bit too early since there were no eliminations, nor knockdowns for him, and no damage as well.
You're absolutely right. We initially saw some advancements upon Master Smell in the early span of the round, and despite that, working with these 3 members, we understand why Yangon Galacticos were also holding back for a little bit more in this matchup where they only take decisive strikes, and they definitely saw that opening when KE fully committed onto those members out of Harame Bros. But even despite Harame Bros eventually bowing out, they have received massive points. But this battle inside of Miramar, we start to see Los Leones having a lot of big duke outs from RTC as well as KHI, which, you know, kind of had problems for KHI to move into the later span of the game. But these top 4 finishers, including APG, were definitely leaving us breathless onto how they've been tactically fighting tooth and nail to even get by. And through it all, even TTQ, they were very involved. They were taking that high end of the hill. They have made it into the top 5, but not quite enough to actually outlast the rest of the pack, where APG have been able to shut them down.
And I guess it's clear as day that another set of points has been awarded to YG. I mean, with all the points that they were able to earn earlier, they weren't really securing a lot of winner chicken dinners, but they have been very, very aggressive. And they have been actually observed to get a ton of elimination points. So I guess we'll have to wait and see as to how many points they were able to get in order for them to climb up the leaderboards. But 21 total points, that's a really high number. Followed by Harame Bro with 18, KE with 12, APG with 10, BG with 6, GOA with 6, NX with 5, and KHI with 5. The tricky situation here is that if you guys can remember, the points for Harame Bro and YG are literally just a few points apart. So I guess we'll have to wait and see if they will be able to push down Harame Bro or if Harame Bro will be able to stay in the second spot.
Yeah, everybody really got all hands on deck, where we are seeing high level of ferocity coming out of all these players. While all of that was happening, Yangon Galacticos, after securing that chicken dinner, they overtake Harame Bros by only 1 point, despite Japanese heroics in this match. It's just insane on how these teams are chasing each other within that top 4 region. And you're also looking at KE to also drive to close, but there is still a little bit of gap to cover grounds. But heading into the second page, I think that over onto 13, or even I would say 12, heading down to even the 18 spot. At any given moment, these guys get a chicken dinner, they will just swerve all the way up, perhaps to even reach a top 10 finish. So all hope is not lost just yet. Certain teams are not playing. So Team Max, they will return for tomorrow. We'll see whether if they can bounce back from the gutter. While, of course, these are the top 4 performing teams of last match.
So we have YG taking the top spot at 11 total eliminations, followed by Harame Bro with 13, KE with 6, and APG with 6. I think there was a big chance for KE to have taken the remaining members of Harame Bro. It's just that with the third-party situation that was given by YG, that made it impossible for them, or at least difficult. We have Say Cloud being the MVP for this match with 3 eliminations, 996 damage, 323 damage taken, a survival time of 28 minutes and 21 seconds, and a team contribution of 30%. So definitely a good number for YG. So I think there were a lot of things that happened for today, and we were all taken by surprise that everyone got a piece of the Woodward chicken dinner this time around. So it's not just concentrated on one specific team. But anyway, again, this event wouldn't be possible without Techno, which is our sponsor for this event.
That's right. They are a brand that understands the need of hardcore gamers, and with the Camon 30S, powered by a fast gaming processor and 120Hz ultra smooth AMOLED display screen, you also get exclusive support by Dolby Atmos in game, so you can just game in high definition and perfect display for you to experience a responsive and lag-free performance. So make sure you check out Techno, as they've been our incredible partners. Some of these players are definitely performing using this phone as well, so make sure you get your hands on one. Well, of course, this is going to be the 7th year anniversary for PUBG Mobile, where we are celebrating with the return of Alan Walker, as he is our main music collaborator. We've already released Faded. We still got 2 more tracks to go, so make sure you tune right in. Log into PUBG Mobile right now and just have an exciting time, where we also do have big updates with where you can enjoy the time of the Golden Moon, where the camel arriving 7th of March with the 7th anniversary edition. Of course, that has been such an exhilarating day, where we have get to witness the rise of all the other teams. Anchor PUBG has gotten a whole lot on day 1, so it's time for the rest of the pack to also follow suit. So, of course, Queen Telio, well, I hope that you are back here with us, because we're going to be closing out the match. So, that to be said, thank you so much for joining us for tonight, and excuse me, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.